I am just a chronicler and welcome you to another video. Since I know many of you watch to relax and fall asleep, I thought it would be nice if you left a comment telling me where you're listening from and if it's raining there. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes. Now, it's time to get comfortable, relax, and begin. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out of my rental car was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but an oppressive stillness that seemed to swallow every sound. Even the gravel under my feet barely crunched as I made my way to the cabin that would be my home for the next month. I'm not usually one for isolated getaways, but my agent had been adamant. "Jack," she'd said, her voice tinged with that mix of concern and frustration I'd grown used to over the past year. "You need to finish this book. No distractions, no excuses. This cabin in Maine is perfect. Just you, your laptop, and a deadline." She wasn't wrong about the deadline part. My second novel was already 6 months overdue, and my publisher was running out of patience. Writer's block is a bitch, but so is the fear of being a one-hit wonder. So here I was, standing in front of a rustic log cabin on the shores of a lake whose name I couldn't even remember, hoping to find my lost muse. The cabin itself was nice enough, all weathered wood and wide windows facing the water. As I fumbled with the keys, I caught my reflection in the glass. I barely recognized the tired-looking guy staring back at me, his dark hair a mess and his green eyes shadowed by lack of sleep. This place better work its magic, and fast. Inside, the cabin smelled of pine and old books. It was cozy, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and a small kitchen tucked into the corner. The bedroom was just big enough for a queen-sized bed and a writing desk by the window. Perfect. I spent that first afternoon unpacking and getting settled. By the time the sun started to set, casting long shadows across the lake, I was sitting on the small porch with a beer in hand, laptop open but forgotten on my lap. The view was stunning, the water like a mirror, reflecting the fiery sky and the dark silhouettes of pine trees. For the first time in months, I felt a twinge of inspiration. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. The quiet that had seemed oppressive earlier now felt like a cocoon, wrapping me in peaceful darkness. I dreamed of rippling water and whispered stories. I woke early the next morning, feeling refreshed and ready to write. As I made my coffee, I glanced out the kitchen window and froze. There, clear as day on the still misty lake, was a set of ripples. Perfect concentric circles spreading out from a central point, as if something had just dropped into the water. But as I watched, squinting through the glass, I saw nothing that could have caused the disturbance. No fish jumping, no bird landing, just those eerily perfect ripples, fading away as quickly as they had appeared. I shook my head, chalking it up to my imagination. Or maybe a lingering dream. The lake was still again, innocent in the morning light. I settled down at the desk and, to my surprise and delight, the words started flowing. By lunchtime, I had written more than I had in the past month. It was late afternoon when I finally came up for air, stretching my stiff muscles and deciding a walk was in order. The path around the lake was well maintained, winding through the trees and offering occasional glimpses of the water. The only sounds were my footsteps on the packed earth and the occasional call of a bird. As I rounded a bend, something caught my eye. A flash of red among the green and brown of the forest floor. I stepped off the path to investigate and found an old, battered rowboat half hidden in the underbrush. Its paint was faded and peeling, but it was undeniably the same bright red I'd seen. What struck me as odd was that it seemed to have been deliberately hidden, yet it was a good distance from the shore and any dock I could see. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled around, heart suddenly pounding. But there was nothing there, just the empty path and silent trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I hurried back to the cabin, the hair on the back of my neck standing up until I was safely inside with the door locked behind me. That night, I dreamed of rowing across the lake in that red boat, the water black as ink beneath me. In the dream, something brushed against the bottom of the boat, and when I leaned over to look, I saw faces staring up at me from the depths, their eyes wide and pleading. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat despite the cool night air. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. As I lay there, trying to calm my racing heart, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of oars dipping into water, the quiet splash and creak of a rowboat moving across the lake. I was out of bed in an instant, pressing my face against the cold glass of the window. The lake was a sheet of silver in the moonlight, and at first, I saw nothing. Then, a movement caught my eye. There, near the center of the lake, was a dark shape moving slowly across the water. A boat. A red boat. I watched, hardly daring to breathe, as the boat made its way to the far shore and disappeared into the shadows. Part of me wanted to race down to the water's edge, to prove to myself that I had really seen it, but a larger part kept me rooted to the spot, afraid of what I might find if I ventured out. When morning came, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid dream, born from my earlier discovery and overactive writer's imagination. I threw myself into my work, the words coming faster now, filled with a tension I hadn't intended but couldn't seem to avoid. Days passed in a blur of writing and uneasy nights. I didn't venture down to the lake again, but I couldn't stop watching it from my window. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a glimpse of something moving on the water, but when I looked directly, there was nothing there. It was on the fifth night that things really started to get weird. I'd been writing late, the words flowing like they hadn't in years. When I finally looked up from my laptop, I was surprised to see it was past midnight. As I stood to stretch, a movement outside caught my attention. There, on the porch, was a puddle of water. Not just a small splash, but a sizable pool, as if someone had stepped out of the lake and walked right up to my door. But there were no footprints, no trail leading away. Just that single, impossible puddle. My heart hammering, I double-checked the locks and drew the curtains. But I couldn't block out the sounds. All night, I heard it. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore, much louder than it should have been. And underneath, a sound almost like whispering, too faint to make out words, but too persistent to ignore. The next morning, the puddle was gone. No trace of water on the sun-warmed boards of the porch. But when I went to make coffee, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. There, on the kitchen table, was a small pile of sand and pebbles. Lake sediment. Somehow, I was sure of it. I called my agent that day, my voice shaking as I told her I needed to leave. To her credit, she didn't argue much. "Are you okay, Jack? You sound different." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just the isolation's getting to me, I think. But the book's coming along great. I can finish it at home." Single quotes. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "What do you mean, coming along great?" "Jack, you sent me the completed manuscript yesterday. Don't you remember? I felt the floor tilt beneath me." "What? No, that's not." I didn't. But even as I protested, I knew it was true. Memories came flooding back. Hours of writing, the story pouring out of me like water from a broken dam. Words I didn't remember typing, a narrative I didn't recall crafting. I thanked her numbly and hung up, my eyes drawn inexorably to the laptop on the desk. With shaking hands, I opened the document and began to read. It was my novel, but not the one I'd set out to write. This was a story of a lake with a hungry secret, of lost souls trapped beneath the water, of a bargain struck between a desperate writer and something ancient and patient. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly alien to me. As I read the final words, I heard it again. That soft splash of oars, closer now, much closer, and beneath it, clearer than ever, the whispers, calling my name, calling me home. I'm still here, in this cabin by the lake whose name I now know, though I wish I didn't. I could leave, I suppose, pack up my car and drive away, back to the noise and light of the city. But we made a deal, the lake and I, a bestseller in exchange for, well, let's just say I'll be staying here for a while. So if you're ever up this way, and you see a light on in a lonely cabin by a still, dark lake, just keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look too closely at the water. And whatever you do, don't listen to the whispers. They have such wonderful, terrible stories to tell. Story 2. I always thought retirement would be our golden years. No more alarm clocks, no more rushed mornings, just me and Sarah living out our dream of seeing America from the comfort of our very own RV. But dreams have a funny way of turning into nightmares, especially when the open road starts to feel like a trap. It all started innocently enough. We'd saved 4 years to buy our 32-foot home on wheels, a gleaming white behemoth we lovingly dubbed Freedom, the day we picked it up from the dealership in Phoenix. I felt like a kid on Christmas morning. Sarah's eyes sparkled as she ran her hand along the smooth exterior. Can you believe it, Jack? We're really doing this? I grinned, jangling the keys. Believe it, sweetheart. The whole country's waiting for us. We spent that first week just getting used to RV life, practicing parking in empty lots and figuring out how to use all the gadgets and gizmos. By the time we hit the road proper, heading east towards the painted desert, we felt like seasoned pros. The first few days were everything we'd hoped for. We watched the sun set over red rock formations, cooked s'mores under star-filled skies, and woke up to breathtaking vistas right outside our window. But as we ventured further into the Arizona desert, things started to feel off. It was subtle at first. We'd pull into an RV park for the night, and I'd catch glimpses of other campers watching us. Not the friendly nods or waves we'd gotten used to, but long, intense stares that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Sarah, I whispered one evening as we set up our lawn chairs, does something feel weird to you about this place? She frowned, looking around the nearly empty park. It's a bit quiet, I guess, but that's nice, right? Peaceful. I nodded, not wanting to worry her. But as the sun sank below the horizon, bathing everything in deep orange light, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. That night, I woke to a sound I couldn't quite place, a soft scraping, like something being dragged across gravel. I lay still, listening hard. There it was again, definitely coming from outside. I eased out of bed, careful not to wake Sarah, and peeked through the blinds. The moonlight cast everything in a silvery glow, making shadows dance and shift. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then, movement caught my eye. A figure, hunched and indistinct, shuffling around our RV. As I watched, frozen, it bent down, trailing something along the ground around our tires. My heart pounding, I fumbled for the exterior light switch. The park blazed into sudden illumination, but there was no one there. Just our RV, sitting alone in the gravel lot. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, I did a thorough check of the RV before we left. There were no marks around the tires, no sign of anything unusual. But as I walked around the back, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the dust on the rear bumper, was a single, perfect handprint. Too small to be mine, too large to be Sarah's. I wiped it away quickly, my mind racing. It was probably nothing, I told myself. Kids playing a prank, maybe, but deep down, I knew better. We hit the road early, the incident weighing heavily on my mind. I didn't mention it to Sarah. No need to spoil our trip over what was probably my overactive imagination. But as the miles rolled by, I found myself checking the rearview mirror more and more often, half expecting to see something following us. Our next stop was a small RV park just outside Holbrook. As we pulled in, I noticed the other campers again, all of them pausing what they were doing to watch us park. Their faces were friendly enough, smiling and waving, but their eyes, there was something hungry in those stares. "Well, this looks nice," Sarah said, oblivious to my discomfort. "Want to take a walk around? Meet some of the neighbors?" I hesitated. "Maybe later, hun. I'm pretty beat from driving. How about we just relax here for the evening?" She agreed easily enough, and we spent the night in our RV, watching old movies on the tiny TV. But I couldn't focus on the screen. Every laugh from outside, every footstep crunching on gravel, set my nerves on edge. It was around midnight when I heard it. A soft tapping on the side of the RV. Tap dash tap tap pause. Tap 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 tap. It moved slowly around the vehicle, like someone tracing their fingers along the metal. "Jack," Sarah's sleepy voice nearly made me jump out of my skin. "What's that noise?" "Probably just the wind," I lied, my mouth dry. "Go back to sleep, sweetheart." But it wasn't the wind, and we both knew it. The tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Neither of us slept much that night. In the harsh light of morning, I again found no evidence of our nighttime visitor. But something had changed. The other RVs in the park, which I could have sworn were different models last night, now all looked eerily similar to ours. Same make, same model, even the same shade of white. "Sarah," I said slowly, "does something look different to you?" She looked around, frowning. "You know, now that you mention it. Wasn't that Airstream over there blue yesterday?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. "We need to leave. Now." We packed up in record time, my hands shaking as I disconnected the power and water hookups. As we pulled out of our spot, I noticed the other campers emerging from their RVs. They stood in perfect unison, watching us with those same hungry eyes. Not a single one waved goodbye. The road stretched out before us, a ribbon of asphalt shimmering in the desert heat. I drove faster than was probably safe, eager to put as much distance between us and that park as possible. Sarah kept glancing in the side mirror, her face pale. "Jack," she said, after about an hour, her voice tight. "I think we're being followed." My knuckles went white on the steering wheel. "What do you mean?" "There's an RV behind us. It's been there since we left the park." I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, there was a white RV a few car lengths back, exactly like ours. "It's probably just going the same way we are," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Lots of RVs on this route. But as the day wore on, and we made turn after turn, the RV stayed with us. Sometimes it would drop back, almost out of sight. Other times it would get so close I could see the driver, a shadowy figure that never seemed to move or blink. We drove through the night, stopping only for gas. Each time we pulled over, our follower would vanish, only to reappear once we were back on the road. By the time the sun rose, painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold, we were both exhausted and on edge. "We need to stop," Sarah said, her voice hoarse. "We can't keep driving forever." I knew she was right, but the thought of stopping, of being vulnerable, made my skin crawl. Still, I nodded, scanning the roadside for somewhere safe. That's when I saw it. A small, unmarked road branching off into the desert. On impulse, I took the turn, driving down the bumpy track until we were hidden from the main road by a cluster of large rocks. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked, gripping the armrest. "Hiding," I said grimly. "We'll wait here, see if they pass by." We sat in tense silence, both of us straining to hear the sound of an approaching vehicle. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Then, just as I was starting to relax, we heard it. The low rumble of an engine, growing closer. Through the windshield, we watched in horror as not one, but 3 white RVs slowly rolled past our hiding spot. They moved in perfect synchronization, like a choreographed dance. As they passed, I could have sworn. I saw dozens of pale faces pressed against the windows, all turned towards us. "Jack," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "What's happening?" I shook my head, unable to speak. As the sound of the engines faded into the distance, a terrible realization settled over me. We weren't on a road trip anymore. We were on the run. And whatever was chasing us, it wasn't going to stop. I started the engine, my mind racing. We couldn't go back the way we came, but we couldn't stay here either. The open road, once a symbol of our freedom, now felt like an endless maze with no exit. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked as I pulled back onto the main road, heading in the opposite direction from our pursuers. I gripped the wheel tightly, my eyes scanning the horizon. "I don't know, honey. But we'll figure it out together." As we drove deeper into the desert, the sun beating down on our home on wheels, I couldn't shake the feeling that our retirement dream had become a nightmare. The open road had a secret, and somehow we'd stumbled right into the middle of it. All we could do now was keep driving and hope that someday, somewhere, would find a way to wake up. Story 3. I've always loved the crisp bite of mountain air in my lungs, but tonight, each breath feels like it might be my last. The beam of my flashlight dances wildly across the trees as I run, my boots crunching on fallen pine needles. Behind me, I can hear them. The heavy breathing, the snap of branches, the low, guttural sounds that are almost, but not quite, human. How did it come to this? Just 3 days ago, this was supposed to be a relaxing getaway with my best friends. It all started when Mike found the listing online, a secluded hunting cabin deep in the Colorado Rockies, available for a long weekend at a suspiciously low price. "Come on, guys," he'd said, his eyes gleaming with excitement on our video call. "When's the last time we all got together? This'll be just like old times." I glanced at Tom and Steve's faces on my screen, seeing my own hesitation mirrored there. We weren't exactly the outdoorsy types, more likely to hunt for deals than deer. But Mike's enthusiasm was infectious, and soon enough, we were all on board. The drive up was gorgeous, the aspens a blaze of gold against the deep green of the pines. Our rented SUV wound higher into the mountains, the air growing thinner and colder with each hairpin turn. "Man, look at this place," Steve breathed, his nose practically pressed against the window. "It's like something out of a postcard." I had to agree. The rugged peaks, dusted with the first snow of the season, stood in stark contrast to the brilliant blue sky. It was beautiful, yes, But there was something else, too. A wildness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We found the cabin just as the sun was setting, painting the mountains in shades of pink and orange. It was smaller than I'd expected, a squat log structure with a sagging porch and shuttered windows. A battered red pickup truck sat in the gravel driveway, its tires flat and its paint peeling. "Charming?" Tom said dryly as we piled out of the SUV. Mike just grinned, already hauling his bag towards the cabin. "It's got character. Come on, let's check it out." The inside of the cabin was rustic, to put it kindly. A layer of dust covered everything, and the air was thick with the musty smell of disuse. But it had the basics. A stone fireplace, a small kitchenette, and 2 bedrooms with creaky-looking bunk beds. "Home, sweet home," I muttered, dropping my bag on one of the lower bunks. We spent that first evening getting settled, Mike and Steve figuring out the ancient wood stove, while Tom and I tried to coax some life into the generator out back. By the time we all gathered around the rickety kitchen table for a dinner of canned chili and beer, the cabin almost felt cozy. That's when Mike found the journal. "Hey, check this out," he called from where he was poking around one of the bookshelves. He pulled out a leather-bound book, its pages yellow with age. "Looks like some kind of diary." We gathered around as he opened it, the spine crackling in protest. The handwriting inside was spidery and faded, but still legible. "October 15th, 1973, Mike read aloud. "The hunters have become the hunted. They're out there, watching, waiting. God help us all." A chill ran down my spine. That had nothing to do with the drafty cabin. "Creepy," Tom said with a nervous laugh. "Probably just some old guy's attempt at creative writing." But as Mike flipped through more pages, the entries grew increasingly frantic. Talk of strange noises in the night, of massive tracks found around the cabin, of friends going missing in the woods. The final entry, dated just a week after the first, was a scrawled mess of warnings and pleas for help. "Okay, that's enough of that," Steve said, slamming the journal shut. "You're freaking me out." We laughed it off, cracking more beers and turning the conversation to lighter topics. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in the pit of my stomach. That night, I tossed and turned on the lumpy mattress, the words from the journal echoing in my head. Just as I was finally drifting off, a sound jolted me awake. A long, mournful howl that seemed to come from just outside the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding. "Guys, did you hear that?" Mike's sleepy voice came from the bunk above me. "Hear what?" "That howl." It sounded close. "Probably just a coyote," he mumbled. "Go back to sleep." But I couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't sounded like any coyote I'd ever heard. It was deeper, more human, somehow. I lay awake for hours, straining my ears, but the night remained silent. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and in the cheerful light of day, my fears seemed silly. We spent the day hiking, marveling at the fall colors and the crisp mountain air. But as we walked, I couldn't help but notice things. Broken branches too high up for a deer. Strange depressions in the soft earth that were almost, but not quite, footprints. We returned to the cabin just as the sun was setting, tired but in good spirits. That's when we noticed the truck. "Hey," Tom said, frowning. "Wasn't that thing's tires flat this morning?" He was right. The old pickup now sat on 4 fully inflated tires, its red paint gleaming as if freshly washed. "Maybe the owner came by to check on the place," Steve suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. We entered the cabin warily, half expecting to find someone inside. But everything was just as we'd left it, except for one thing. The journal, which we'd left on the kitchen table, was now sitting open on the threadbare couch. Mike picked it up, his face pale. "Guys," he said slowly, "there's a new entry." We crowded around, peering at the fresh ink on the yellow page. The handwriting was different from the old entries. Bolder, more urgent. "They're here," Mike read, his voice barely above a whisper. "Run while you still can." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Steve laughed, a high, nervous sound. "Okay, very funny. Which one of you did this?" We all looked at each other, each face a mirror of confusion and growing fear. "This isn't a joke," I said, my mouth dry. "We need to leave, now." But as we turned to grab our things, a sound froze us in our tracks. Heavy footsteps on the porch, followed by 3 sharp knocks on the door. "Hello?" a gruff voice called. "Anyone home?" Mike moved towards the door, but I grabbed his arm. "Don't," I hissed. "Why not?" he whispered back. "It's probably just the owner." At night, without calling first, the knocking came again, louder this time. "I know you're in there," the voice said, a strange edge to it now. "Why don't you come out and play?" That's when we heard it. Not just one voice now, but many. Growls and whispers, and that same terrible howl from the night before. And underneath it all, the sound of claws scraping against wood. "The back door," Tom whispered urgently. "Go, go." We grabbed what we could and ran, bursting out the back of the cabin into the cold night air. Behind us, we heard the front door splinter. And now here I am, running for my life through a forest that suddenly seems alien and hostile. My friends are somewhere ahead of me. I can hear their ragged breathing, see the bobbing of their flashlights. A branch whips across my face, drawing blood, but I don't slow down. The sounds behind us are getting closer, a cacophony of howls and snarls that sends jolts of primal fear through my body. Suddenly, the trees thin out, and we burst into a small clearing. In the center stands a circle of stones, ancient and moss-covered. Without thinking, we rush towards it. As we cross the boundary of the stone circle, the noises behind us abruptly stop. We stand there, gasping for breath, our flashlights darting wildly around the clearing. But there's nothing. No movement, no sound but our own labored breathing. What would those things? Steve manages to choke out. I shake my head, unable to form words. My mind is reeling, trying to make sense of what we've seen and heard. But one thing is clear. The warnings in that old journal weren't fiction. They were a desperate attempt to save others from the fate we've narrowly escaped. As the adrenaline begins to fade, I realize we're not out of danger yet. We're lost in the wilderness, miles from help, with God knows what lurking in the darkness around us. And the night is far from over. I look at my friends' frightened faces, illuminated by the harsh glare of our flashlights. "We need to keep moving," I say, surprised at how steady my voice sounds. "We can't stay here." As we step out of the stone circle, a twig snaps in the darkness beyond. We freeze, listening. For a moment, all is silent. Then, carried on the cold mountain breeze, we hear it. A long, mournful howl that sounds almost like laughter. The hunt, it seems, is far from over. Story 4. The first thing I noticed was the silence. In a place like Yellowstone, you expect to hear something. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, maybe even the distant roar of a geyser. But as Emma and I stood at the edge of the meadow, staring at the cluster of weather-beaten tents, the silence was absolute. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. "Jake," Emma whispered, her hand tightening around mine. "I don't like this." I squeezed back, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "It's just an old campsite, babe," Probably hasn't been used in years. But even as I said it, something felt off. We'd been hiking for hours, well off the main trails, looking for the perfect spot to watch the sunset on our 3rd wedding anniversary. The last thing we expected to find was an entire campground, hidden away in this remote corner of the park. Should we check it out? I asked, already knowing the answer. Emma had always been the cautious one, but I could see the curiosity in her eyes. She bit her lip, then nodded. Okay, but just for a few minutes. It'll be dark soon. We approached slowly, our boots crunching on the dry grass. Up close, the campsite looked even stranger. There were about a dozen tents, arranged in a rough circle around a central fire pit. But unlike the high-tech gear you usually see in Yellowstone, these tents looked ancient, canvas and wooden poles, like something out of an old western. "Jake, look at this," Emma called. She was standing by one of the tents, pointing at something on the ground. I walked over and felt my stomach drop. There, half hidden by the tall grass, was a pair of hiking boots. They looked new, the leather still shiny, and they were neatly placed, as if someone had just stepped out of them. "Okay, this is weird," I muttered. "Maybe we should go." But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A flicker of movement inside one of the tents. I froze, straining my eyes in the fading light. There it was again, a shadow shifting behind the canvas. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Is someone there?" No response, just that unnatural silence. Emma tugged at my sleeve. "Jake, please. Let's go." I nodded, suddenly eager to be anywhere but here. We turned and started walking quickly back the way we came. That's when we heard it, a low, melodic humming coming from behind us. We spun around, hearts pounding. The campsite looked exactly as it had before, silent and still. But the humming continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Run," I whispered, and we did. We crashed through the underbrush, all thoughts of following the trail forgotten in our panic. Branches whipped at our faces, roots seemed to reach up to trip us. And all the while, that eerie humming followed us, never getting louder or softer, always just on the edge of hearing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we burst out of the trees onto one of the main park roads. The humming abruptly stopped. We stood there, gasping for breath, as a park ranger's truck rumbled into view. The ranger, a kind-faced woman named Sarah, listened to our breathless story with a mix of concern and skepticism. An abandoned campsite. Out there, she shook her head. That area's been closed to camping for decades. Are you sure about what you saw? We nodded emphatically, and she sighed. "All right, I'll check it out tomorrow. For now, let me give you a ride back to your car. It's not safe to be out here after dark." That night, in our cozy cabin on the edge of the park, we tried to laugh it off. "Probably just some old film set we stumbled on," I said, pulling Emma close. "Or maybe we both hallucinated from dehydration or something." She smiled weakly, but I could feel her trembling. Neither of us slept much that night. The next morning, Ranger Sarah called. "I checked out that area you mentioned," she said, her voice tight. "Didn't find any campsite, but there were boot prints. 2 sets, leading into the woods, and a 3rd set, following them." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, following them?" "I mean," she said slowly, "that it looks like someone was tracking you. We spent the rest of our anniversary trip in a daze, jumping at every sound, seeing shadows in every corner. When it was finally time to leave, we were both relieved. But as we drove out of the park, Emma suddenly gasped. "Jake, stop the car." I slammed on the brakes, looking around wildly. What is it?" she pointed with a shaking hand. There, just off the road, was a familiar pair of hiking boots, neatly placed as if someone had just stepped out of them. We drove away in silence, the beautiful scenery of Yellowstone fading behind us. But the memory of that strange campsite and the lingering echo of that eerie humming stayed with us long after we'd left the park behind. Months passed, and life slowly returned to normal. We told ourselves it was just a weird experience, a trick of the light and our overactive imaginations. But deep down, we both knew something inexplicable had happened in those woods. It was almost a year later when the package arrived. No return address, just our names scrawled in spidery handwriting. Inside was a single, yellowed photograph. My hands shook as I held it up to the light. The picture showed a campsite, the same one we'd stumbled upon. But instead of empty tents, it was full of people. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes, smiling at the camera. And there, in the back row, were two familiar faces. Our faces. I dropped the photo like it had burned me. Emma picked it up, her face pale. "Jake," she whispered, "look at the date. In the corner of the photo, in faded ink, Yellowstone, 1923. That night, as we lay in bed trying to make sense of it all, we heard it. Faint at first, then growing stronger. That same eerie humming we'd heard in the woods. It seemed to be coming from outside. Slowly, heart pounding, I got up and went to the window. There, on our front lawn, was a tent. Old canvas, wooden poles, just like the ones we'd seen in Yellowstone. As I watched, frozen in terror, the tent flap began to open. A hand emerged, beckoning. The humming grew louder. I felt Emma's hand slip into mine. "What do we do?" she whispered. I swallowed hard, staring at that impossible tent, at the hand inviting us into God knows what. Part of me wanted to run, to pack our bags and drive until Yellowstone and its mysteries were far behind us. But another part was curious. What was out there? What had we stumbled into that day in the woods? The questions that had haunted us for a year might finally have answers. I looked at Emma, saw the same mix of fear and curiosity in her eyes. "Together?" I asked. She nodded, squeezing my hand. Together. As we stepped out into the cool night air, the humming enveloped us like a physical thing. The hand beckoned again, more insistently this time. The tent flap opened wider, revealing a darkness deeper than the night around us. With one last look at each other, we stepped forward. Into the tent. Into the darkness. Into the mystery that had been calling us since that day in Yellowstone. The last thing I remember is the sound of canvas closing behind us, and that haunting, melodic hum. They say Yellowstone is a place of wonders, where the earth itself seems alive. But they don't tell you about its secrets, about the hidden places where time and reality bend. They don't tell you that sometimes the park chooses you, and once it does, it never really lets you go. Story 5. The neon sign flickered to life as I pulled into the parking lot, casting an eerie blue glow over my dusty sedan. Last chance rest stop. Next service is 200 miles, it proclaimed in buzzing letters. I squinted at my fuel gauge, hovering just above empty, and sighed. This wasn't how I'd planned to spend my night, but it looked like I didn't have much choice. The rest stop seemed to materialize out of nowhere, oasis of light in the vast darkness of the Arizona desert. I'd been driving for hours along the stretch of the old Route 66, chasing some misguided notion of finding myself on the open road. Now, as the clock on my dashboard blinked 11:47 p.m., All I wanted to find was a bathroom and maybe a vending machine that wasn't completely picked over. I stepped out of the car, stretching my cramped muscles. The air was cool and dry, carrying the scent of sage and dust. It was quieter than I expected. No hum of distant traffic, no music drifting from other cars. Just the soft buzz of the neon sign and the crunch of gravel under my feet. The rest stop looked like something out of a time capsule. A low, white-painted building with a curved roof, flanked by chunky vending machines that looked straight out of the 1950s. A row of phone booths stood to one side, their payphones glinting dully in the fluorescent light. As I approached the main building, a flyer taped to the door caught my eye. Missing, it read in bold letters above a grainy photo of a smiling young woman. The date at the bottom made me pause. May 15th, 1962. Huh, I muttered, reaching for the door handle. Guess they don't update these things too often out here. The interior was spotless, almost unnaturally so. The black and white checkerboard floor gleamed as if it had just been waxed. Chrome stools lined a Formica counter, not a scratch or smudge in sight. Behind the counter, a glass case displayed an array of pies that looked almost too perfect to be real. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the empty space. No response. I made my way to the restroom, noting with some unease that everything from the soap dispensers to the paper towel holders looked vintage but pristine, like a movie set or a museum exhibit. When I emerged, I half expected to find the place still deserted. Instead, a man stood behind the counter, wiping down the already spotless surface with a rag. He looked up as I approached, his face breaking into a wide smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Welcome to Last Chance," he said, his voice warm but somehow flat. "What can I get for you, Travia?" I blinked, thrown off by his odd phrasing. Just some gas, I guess. And maybe a coffee for the road." He nodded, still smiling that unsettling smile. "Of course. Why don't you have a seat? I'll bring your coffee right over." I perched on one of the stools, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. The clock on the wall caught my eye. 11:52 p.m. Hadn't it been 11:47 when I pulled in? Surely I hadn't spent that much time in the bathroom. The man returned with my coffee, setting it down with a soft clink. "Cream or sugar?" he asked. I shook my head. "Black is fine, thanks." I took a sip, surprised by how good it tasted. Rich and smooth, without the burnt flavor I'd come to expect from rest stop coffee. "So," the man said, leaning on the counter. "Where you headed, La?" I replied, taking another sip. "Just taking the scenic route, I guess." He nodded knowingly. "Ah, the City of Angels. Lots of folks pass through here on their way there. Not all of them make it, though." I nearly choked on my coffee. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, that eerie smile never wavering. "Oh, you know how it is. The desert can be dangerous. People get lost, run out of gas. It's why we're here, after all. To help the travelers." I set my cup down, suddenly feeling less thirsty. "Right, well, I should probably get going. How much do I owe you for the gas and coffee?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "On the house. Consider it a welcome gift." As I stood to leave, I glanced at the clock again. 11:57 p.m. A chill ran down my spine. I could have sworn only a few minutes had passed. "Thanks," I muttered, heading for the door. "Have a good night." "Oh, I always do," he replied, his voice following me out into the night. "And don't worry, you'll be back soon enough." The cool air hit me like a slap, clearing some of the fog from my head. I hurried to my car, fumbling with the keys. As I slid into the driver's seat, I froze. There, on the passenger seat, was a flyer I didn't remember picking up. Missing, it read. The photo showed a young man with my face, smiling at the camera. The date at the bottom, May 15th, 2023. Today's date. My heart pounding, I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw the man from the counter standing in the doorway, still smiling, still waving. I drove like a madman, pushing my old car to its limits. The desert flew by in a blur of darkness and starlight. I didn't dare look at the clock, didn't dare think about how long I'd really been at that rest stop. After what felt like hours, I saw lights ahead. A real gas station, modern and brightly lit. I pulled in, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. The young guy behind the counter looked up from his phone as I burst in. "Whoa, dude, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I must have looked half crazed, covered in sweat and wild-eyed. "What's the date?" I demanded. He blinked, taken aback. May 15th? Why? The year, I pressed. "What year's it, Nell?" He was looking at me like I might be dangerous. 2023, man. Are you sure you're okay? Do you need me to call someone? I sagged against the counter, relief washing over me. No, I'm fine, just got a little turned around out there, I guess. He nodded, still eyeing me warily. Yeah, the desert can do that to you. Especially that stretch of the old 66. Lots of weird stories about that road. I perked up at that. What do you mean? He shrugged. Oh, ghost stories, mostly. People claim they've seen this old-fashioned rest stop that isn't on any map. Say they stopped there, and when they leave, it's like time has gone all weird. Some folks even say people have gone missing out there. A chill ran down my spine. But it's not real, right? Just stories, he grinned. Of course, man. Just local legends to spook the tourists. I mean, a magical time-traveling rest stop. Come on, I forced a laugh, trying to ignore the flyer burning a hole in my pocket. Yeah, crazy stuff. Listen, can I use your phone? I should probably let someone know where I am. As I dialed my sister's number, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something out there in the desert. Something old and patient and hungry. My sister picked up on the third ring. Hello. Hey Sarah. It's me. I wanted to let you know I'm okay. I'm still on the road. What? Jake, what are you talking about? Are you drunk? I frowned. No, I'm not drunk. I'm just checking in. I told you I was taking this road trip, remember? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was shaky. Jake, is this some kind of sick joke? You've been missing for over a year? We thought you were dead. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The clerk was saying something, looking concerned, but I couldn't hear him over the roaring in my ears. A year. I'd lost a year. As if in a trance, I walked out of the gas station, ignoring the clerk's calls. I got in my car and started driving back the way I'd come. Back towards that impossible rest stop. I had questions that needed answering. And somewhere out there, in the vast, dark desert, Last Chance was waiting for me to return. The neon sign flickered to life as I pulled into the parking lot, casting an eerie blue glow over my dusty sedan. Last Chance rest stop. Next service is 200 miles, it proclaimed in buzzing letters. The man behind the counter looked up as I entered, his face breaking into that familiar, unsettling smile. Welcome back, traveler, he said. I told you you'd return. Now, what can I get for you? We have all the time in the world. Story 6. The first snowflake hit the windshield just as we turned onto the narrow, winding road that led to our rental. I leaned forward, squinting through the gathering darkness at the GPS on my phone. "You sure this is right? Live?" I asked, glancing at my wife in the passenger seat. "Feels like we're driving into the middle of nowhere." Olivia looked up from her book, her face illuminated by the soft glow of her reading light. "That's kind of the point, isn't it, Mark? A secluded winter getaway." I forced a smile, trying to ignore the knot of unease in my stomach. This whole trip had been my idea. A chance for us and our friends, Jake and Emma, to reconnect and hit the slopes. But as the trees closed in around us and the snow began to fall more heavily, I was starting to second-guess my brilliant plan. Jake's voice piped up from the back seat, startling me. "Hey, I think I see it." I followed his pointing finger and felt a wave of relief wash over me. There, nestled among the towering pines, was our home for the next week. A sprawling Victorian mansion that looked like it had been plucked straight out of a Gothic novel. As we pulled into the circular driveway, the house loomed over us, its windows dark and unwelcoming. The porch light flickered on, triggered by our movement, casting long shadows across the snow-dusted lawn. "Well," Emma said, her voice tinged with forced cheerfulness, "it's certainly atmospheric." We piled out of the car, the biting Vermont air shocking after the warmth of the heated interior. As Jake and I started unloading the luggage, a gust of wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it a sound that made me freeze. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, looking around. Olivia paused, her hand on the trunk. "Hear what?" I shook my head, feeling foolish. "Nothing, I guess. Just the wind." But as we made our way up to the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that the sound I'd heard wasn't just the wind. It had sounded almost like whispers. The interior of the house was a study in faded grandeur. Ornate wallpaper peeled at the corners, and thick layers of dust covered the antique furniture. But it was warm, and after a long day of travel, that was all we really cared about. We split up to explore our rooms, agreeing to meet back in the kitchen for a late dinner. Olivia and I took the master bedroom on the second floor, a cavernous space dominated by a four-poster bed that looked like it hadn't been slept in for decades. As Olivia unpacked, I wandered over to the window, peering out at the swirling snow. The storm was picking up, the wind howling around the eaves of the house. And there it was again, that whisper just at the edge of hearing. I pressed my ear to the glass, straining to make out words. "Mark," Olivia's voice made me jump. "You okay?" I turned, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just checking out the weather. Looks like we might be in for quite a storm." She came over, wrapping her arms around me. "Good thing we've got plenty of supplies then. It'll be cozy, being snowed in together." I nodded, trying to let her warmth chase away the chill that had settled in my bones. But as we headed downstairs to join our friends, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this house was off. Dinner was a cheerful affair, full of laughter and plans for the week ahead. But as the night wore on and the storm intensified, a tension began to creep in. The power flickered once, twice, plunging us into momentary darkness each time. "Maybe we should call it a night," Jake suggested after the third blackout. "Hit the slopes early tomorrow." We all agreed, the thought of our warm beds suddenly very appealing. But as we climbed the creaking stairs, that whispering sound returned, louder now. I wasn't the only one who heard it this time. "What is that?" Emma asked, her voice tight with anxiety. "Probably just the wind in the pipes," I said, not believing it for a second. Old houses make all kinds of noises. We said our goodnights, an undercurrent of unease in every sleep well. In our room, Olivia fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the journey. But I lay awake, listening. The whispers were clearer now, seeming to come from inside the very walls. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was urgent, insistent. After what felt like hours, I couldn't take it anymore. I slipped out of bed, determined to find the source of the sound. The hallway was pitch black, my phone's flashlight creating more shadows than it banished. I followed the whispers, which grew louder as I approached a door at the end of the hall. A door I didn't remember seeing earlier. My hand shook as I reached for the knob. It turned easily, the door swinging open with a low creak. Beyond was a narrow staircase, leading up into darkness. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to wake the others and get out of this house. But a stronger force pulled me forward, up the stairs. The whispers surrounded me now, a cacophony of urgent, overlapping voices. I emerged into a small, circular room. Clearly the house's attic, though it hadn't been mentioned in the rental listing. Moonlight streamed through a single round window, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air. And there, in the center of the room, was an old steamer trunk. The whispers reached a fever pitch as I approached the trunk. My hands moved of their own accord, undoing the rusty latches. As I lifted the lid, the voices suddenly stopped, leaving a silence so profound it rang in my ears. Inside the trunk was a single item, a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. I opened it with trembling fingers, the spine crackling in protest. The first page bore a single sentence, written in a spidery hand. "They come with the snow." I flipped through the journal, my horror growing with each page. It was a record of terror, documenting years of mysterious disappearances, all centered around this house. Families, couples, groups of friends, all vanishing during winter storms, leaving no trace behind. The final entry, dated exactly 1 year ago, chilled me to my core. They're here. God help us all. A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat, to find Olivia standing in the doorway, her face pale in the moonlight. "Mark," she whispered. "What is this place? What's going on?" Before I could answer, a gust of wind rattled the window. But it wasn't wind. It was a hand, pale and elongated, its fingers tipped with wicked claws. As we watched in frozen horror, more hands appeared, pressing against the glass, which began to crack under the pressure. "We need to go," I managed to choke out, grabbing Olivia's hand. Now, we raced down the stairs, shouting for Jake and Emma. They emerged from their room, confused and sleep-muddled. "What's happening?" Jake demanded. "No time to explain," I said, pulling them towards the stairs. "We need to get out of here." But as we reached the main floor, we realized with sinking hearts that it was too late. The front door was blocked by a wall of swirling snow, and through every window, we could see them pale, ethereal figures, their features twisted in hunger and malice. "Oh God," Emma whimpered. "What are they?" I clutched the journal to my chest, my mind racing. "I don't know. But they come with the snow, and they're here for us." A high, keening wail cut through the air, and the windows began to shake. We huddled together in the center of the room, watching in helpless terror as frost patterns crawled across the glass, forming intricate, mocking faces. The whispers returned, no longer indistinct, but terrifyingly clear. "Join us. Become one with the winter. You'll never be alone again." As the first window shattered in a spray of glass and swirling snow, I realized with grim certainty that we wouldn't be leaving this house. Not alive, anyway. The blizzard roared in, carrying with it the pale, hungry things that had been waiting for us. Their cold hands reached for us, promising an eternity of winter. And as the world dissolved into a well of snow and screams, I had one last, desperate thought. I should have listened to the whispers. I should have never opened that door. Story 7. The first notes of the banjo drifted through the fog, just as I was drifting off to sleep. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a haunting melody that seemed to dance on the edge of familiarity. But as the music grew louder, more insistent, I found myself fully awake, my heart pounding in my chest. "Sarah," I whispered, shaking my wife gently. "Do you hear that?" She stirred, blinking sleepily in the dim light of our rental cabin. "Hear what, Jack?" I held up a hand, straining my ears. The music had stopped, leaving behind a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. I could have sworn I heard a banjo playing. Sarah sat up, her brow furrowed with concern. "Out here, we're miles from the nearest neighbor." That was true. When we'd booked this secluded cabin in the Smoky Mountains for our 5th anniversary, the isolation had been a selling point. A week away from the world, just the two of us surrounded by nature. Now, as I peered out the window into the misty darkness, that isolation felt less like a retreat and more like a trap. "It must have been the wind," I said, trying to convince myself as much as Sarah. "Or maybe some hikers camping nearby. Let's try to get some sleep." But sleep didn't come as easily. I lay awake for hours, listening to the creaks and groans of the old cabin, jumping at every rustle of leaves outside our window. And just as I was finally drifting off again, I heard it. The faint, phantom notes of that haunting banjo melody. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the mist burning off to reveal the stunning view of the mountains. In the light of day, my fears from the night before seemed silly, almost embarrassing. "I'm going to explore a bit," I told Sarah over breakfast. "Maybe see if I can find where that music was coming from." She looked up from her coffee, worry clouding her eyes. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "We don't know these woods, Jack." I grinned, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. "It'll be fine. I'll stick to the trails, be back before you know it." The forest was beautiful, all dappled sunlight and rich, earthy smells. But as I hiked deeper into the woods, that nagging sense of unease returned. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. After about an hour of hiking, I came to a small clearing, and there, in the center, was something that made my blood run cold. A weathered old banjo propped up against a stump, as if someone had just set it down moments ago. I approached slowly, my heart thundering in my ears. The banjo looked ancient, its wood worn smooth by years of handling. As I reached out to touch it, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, half expecting to see some grizzled old mountain man. But the clearing was empty, silent except for the rustle of leaves and the breeze. That's when I noticed the trail. A narrow path leading away from the clearing into a part of the forest that seemed darker, more primeval somehow. Without really meaning to, I found myself following it. The trail wound deeper into the woods, the trees growing taller and more twisted with each step. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with dancing motes that looked almost like fireflies, even in the middle of the day. I'm not sure how long I walked. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes blending into hours. The light began to fade, and with a start, I realized it was nearly sunset. Sarah would be worried sick. I turned to head back, but the trail behind me had vanished, swallowed up by the encroaching forest. Panic rose in my throat as I spun around, trying to get my bearings. That's when I heard it again. That haunting banjo melody, clearer now, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the thick air. "Is someone there?" The music stopped abruptly, leaving behind a silence so profound I could hear my own heart beating. Then, a voice, low and gravelly, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "You shouldn't have come here, stranger," it said, seeming to come from right behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. These woods don't take kindly to outsiders. "I'm sorry," I stammered, backing away from the voice. "I didn't mean any harm. I'm just trying to get back to my cabin." A low chuckle echoed through the trees. "Ain't no going back now, boy. Once you hear the song, you're part of it. Forever." The banjo music started up again, louder this time, joined by the sound of stomping feet and clapping hands. Shapes began to emerge from the mist, indistinct at first, then solidifying into figures that were almost, but not quite, human. They danced around me in a frenzied circle, their faces twisted into grotesque parodies of joy. I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. It was like I was rooted to the spot, forced to watch as the dancers whirled faster and faster, their bodies blurring into a single, writhing mass. "Stop," I shouted, covering my ears to block out the deafening music. "Please, just let me go." The music cut off abruptly, and the dancers froze. For a moment, everything was perfectly still. Then, as one, they all turned to face me. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and when they spoke, it was with a single thunderous voice. "You have a choice to make, Jack," they said, my name sounding wrong and twisted in their mouths. "Join our dance, become one with the forest, or try to find your way back. But know this, if you choose to leave, a part of you will always remain here, and sooner or later, you'll come back to us." I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, a familiar voice cut through the madness. "Jack, Jack, where are you?" "Sarah." My heart leaped at the sound of a voice, so normal and real amidst the nightmare I'd found myself in. "Sarah!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "I'm here! Help me!" The forest creatures hissed in anger, their forms beginning to dissolve back into mist. The banjo player, now visible as a skeletal figure perched on a nearby stump, fixed me with a baleful glare. "This ain't over, boy," he growled. "You'll be back. They always come back." And then, just like that, they were gone. The forest returned to normal, the oppressive atmosphere lifting like a veil being pulled away. I found myself standing on a clearly marked trail, Sarah's voice growing closer. When she finally burst into view, the relief on her face was palpable. "Jack, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you. It's been hours." I stumbled towards her, my legs weak and shaky. As she wrapped me in a tight hug, I breathed in her familiar scent, clinging to her like a lifeline. "I'm sorry," I mumbled into her hair. "I got lost. I don't know what happened." She pulled back, her eyes searching my face. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I opened my mouth to tell her everything. The banjo, the dancers, the choice I'd been offered, but the words wouldn't come. It was like the forest had stolen my voice, leaving behind only a vague sense of unease and a melody I couldn't quite shake. "I'm fine," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just got turned around. Let's go back to the cabin." As we walked back, hand in hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. And just on the edge of hearing, I could swear I heard the faint strains of that banjo, playing a tune that seemed to say, "Come back, come back, come back." That night, as Sarah slept peacefully beside me, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The events of the day felt like a dream, hazy and unreal in the safety of our cozy cabin. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing blue gazers, heard that unearthly music. I told myself it was just my imagination, just the result of getting lost and panicked in an unfamiliar forest. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something had changed in those woods. Something had changed in me. As I finally drifted off to sleep, one thought echoed through my mind, as clear and haunting as that phantom banjo melody. You'll be back. They always come back. And in my heart, I knew it was true. The Smoky Mountains had claimed a piece of my soul, and sooner or later, it would call me home. Story 8. The first stroke of red across the canvas wasn't mine. I blinked, brush hovering midair, as I stared at the angry crimson line that had appeared as if by magic. Must be a trick of the light, I thought, shaking my head to clear it. The golden hour in the redwoods played strange games with your eyes sometimes. I'd come to this secluded cabin deep in the heart of California's Redwood National Park to reconnect with my art, to shake off the creative block that had plagued me for months. 3 days in, and I was starting to wonder if I'd made a terrible mistake. Setting down my brush, I stepped back from the easel and took a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a smell I'd found invigorating when I first arrived. Now, it felt oppressive, cloying, as if the forest itself was trying to seep into my pores. I glanced up at the towering redwoods that surrounded the cabin. Their massive trunks disappeared into the canopy far above, creating a sense of being at the bottom of a deep, green ocean. Beautiful, yes, but also isolating, suffocating. A whisper of movement caught my eye, and I squinted at the trees. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw them sway, despite the utter stillness of the air. A chill ran down my spine, and I hurried back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. That night, I dreamed of roots. Thick, gnarled things that burst through the cabin floor, wrapping around my ankles and pulling me down into the dark, loamy earth. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat, the phantom sensation of dirt in my mouth. As I stumbled to the bathroom to splash water on my face, a flash of color in the mirror made me freeze. There, streaked across my cheek, was a smear of red paint, the same angry crimson from my canvas. "Get it together, Alex," I muttered, scrubbing at my face. "It's just paint. You probably touched your face while you were working, but deep down, I knew I hadn't." The next morning, I forced myself back to the easel. The red streak was still there, bold against the white canvas. As I stared at it, trying to incorporate it into a new design, I felt a strange pull. Without really meaning to, I found myself adding more red, then green, then brown. The colors swirled and blended, taking on a life of their own. Hours passed in a blur. When I finally stepped back, my hands shaking and spattered with paint, I gasped. The canvas was filled with a forest scene, but not the peaceful redwood grove I'd intended to paint. This forest was dark, primordial. The trees seemed to writhe on the canvas, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. And there, half hidden in the shadows, were faces. Dozens of them, twisted in expressions of agony or ecstasy. I couldn't tell which. "What the hell?" I whispered, backing away from the easel. My foot caught on something, and I stumbled, nearly falling. Looking down, I saw a tangle of roots spread across the cabin floor. Roots that definitely hadn't been there before. Heart pounding, I ran to the door, desperate for fresh air, for sunshine, for anything that wasn't the suffocating presence of the forest. But the door wouldn't budge. The wood had swollen in its frame, as if it had grown there naturally. A soft rustling sound made me turn. The painting was moving. The trees swayed, the faces shifted, and as I watched in horror, a hand, gnarled and bark-covered, reached out from the canvas. I scrambled backwards, knocking over a chair in my haste. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I was just tired, maybe feverish. I'd been alone too long, that was all. But as the hand was followed by an arm, then a shoulder, I knew this was no hallucination. Something was coming through the painting, and I had the terrible feeling that it was coming for me. I ran to the bedroom, slamming the door shut and wedging a chair under the handle. My phone. I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it out, the screen was dark, unresponsive. In its reflection, I saw my face, pale and drawn. And behind me, growing from the wall, was a tangle of vines and leaves that definitely hadn't been there before. A heavy thud from the main room made me jump. Then another. Something was moving out there, its footsteps slow and ponderous. Like a tree walking, I thought hysterically, and had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. The footsteps grew closer, stopping just outside the bedroom door. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, a voice, if you could call it that. It was deep and resonant, like the creaking of ancient wood in a strong wind. "Painter," it said, the word drawn out and distorted. "You have awakened us. You have given us form. Now, you must join us." The door began to splinter, green shoots pushing through the cracks. I backed away, looking wildly around for an escape. The window. It was small, but maybe I could squeeze through. As I wrestled with the latch, I heard the bedroom door finally give way. I didn't look back, didn't want to see what was entering the room. With a final heave, the window opened, and I tumbled out onto the damp ground. The forest around me was transformed. The redwoods, once majestic and still, now seemed to pulse with an inner life. Their branches swayed and reached, despite the lack of wind. And faces, those same agonized, ecstatic faces from my painting, peered out from knots in the bark. I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I kept going. I had no idea which direction I was heading. All I knew was that I had to get away from the cabin, away from whatever I had unleashed. As I crashed through the underbrush, I became aware of a sound rising around me. At first, I thought it was just the blood pounding in my ears, but it grew louder, more distinct. It was singing, if you could call it that. A chorus of creaks and groans and whispers, all blending together into a melody that was beautiful and terrible all at once. The song seemed to be coming from the trees themselves, resonating through the wood and leaves. And as I ran, I realized with growing horror that I recognized the tune. It was the same melody I'd been humming to myself as I painted, a tune I thought I'd made up. I burst into a small clearing and stopped short, my breath coming in ragged gasps. There, in the center of the clearing, stood an easel, my easel, and on it was a canvas, blank except for a single stroke of angry red. "No," I whispered, backing away. "This isn't real. This can't be real." But even as I said it, I felt the truth settling into my bones. This was real, and there was no escaping it. The singing grew louder, and the trees around the clearing began to move. Not swaying this time, but actually uprooting themselves, closing in around me. As they drew nearer, I saw that their trunks were formed of twisted, writhing bodies. All those faces from my painting, now given three-dimensional form. One of the tree creatures reached out a branch-like arm, offering me a paintbrush. its bar-covered face split in a terrible smile. "Paint," it creaked. "Paint us into being. Give us life." My hand, trembling, reached out of its own accord. As my fingers closed around the brush, I felt a surge of energy course through me. The forest's song filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. I turned to the canvas, brush poised. For a moment, I hesitated, some last shred of my old self screaming in protest. But the song was too strong, the pull of the forest too powerful. With a single, fluid motion, I began to paint. Colors flowed from the brush like living things, swirling and blending on the canvas. I painted trees that walked, faces that emerged from bark, a forest alive with ancient, terrible magic. And as I painted, I felt myself changing. My feet grew roots, burrowing into the soft earth. My arms elongated, fingers sprouting leaves. My skin roughened, taking on the texture of bark. The last thing I saw, before my eyes became knots in a wooden face, was my painting. It showed a human figure, me, transforming into a tree, surrounded by a forest of walking giants. In that moment, I understood. I wasn't just painting the forest, I was becoming it. Now, I stand in this clearing, my branches reaching towards the sky. Tourists sometimes pass by, marveling at the strange, human-like shape of my trunk. If they listen closely, they might hear a whisper in the rustling of my leaves, a warning or an invitation. For the forest is always hungry, always growing, and it needs new painters to give it form. Story 9. The first photo I took that night was of the stars. Billions of them, more than I'd ever seen before, stretching across the ink-black sky like diamond dust. It was breathtaking. It was also the last normal thing I'd photographed for a long, long time. I'd driven my rented trailer deep into the Mojave Desert, far from any hint of light pollution. As a freelance astrophotographer, I lived for moments like this. Just me, my camera, and the vast, star-studded canvas of the night sky. But as I stood there, adjusting my tripod in the cool desert air, I had no idea that this shoot would change everything. The silence was the first thing that struck me. Not just quiet, but a complete absence of sound that made my ears ring. No distant traffic, no rustling wildlife, not even the whisper of wind across the sand. Just a void, as endless as the starry expanse above. I checked my watch. 11:47 p.m. Perfect timing for the Perseid meteor shower I'd come to capture. I aimed my camera at the heavens and settled in for a long night of shooting. The first hour passed uneventfully. A few meteors streaked across my frame, leaving trails of light that made me grin with satisfaction. But as the night wore on, a strange unease began to creep over me. It was subtle at first, just a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I glanced around, my eyes straining against the darkness. The desert stretched out in every direction, a sea of shadows broken only by the silhouettes of cacti and rocky outcroppings. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. And yet, a flash of light caught my eye. So brief, I almost missed it. It wasn't a meteor. It was too low on the horizon for that. I swung my camera around, hoping to catch it if it appeared again. For several long minutes, nothing happened. Then, just as I was about to give up, I saw it. A pinprick of light hovering just above the desert floor. It pulsed slowly, growing brighter, then dimmer, in a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. My heart began to race. Was this some kind of atmospheric phenomena? A drone, or something else entirely? I started snapping photos, rapid fire, determined to capture whatever this was. Through my viewfinder, I watched as the light began to move, tracing patterns in the air that were too precise to be natural. It was joined by another light, then another, until a whole cluster of them danced across my frame. My hands were shaking as I lowered the camera. The lights were closer now, close enough that I could see they weren't just points of illumination. They had depth, dimension. They moved with a fluid grace that was beautiful and terrifying all at once. A low hum began to fill the air, vibrating through the ground and up into my bones. It started as a single note, then split into a chord that set my teeth on edge. The lights pulsed in time with the sound, growing brighter and more numerous with each passing second. I should have run. Should have jumped in my trailer and driven as fast and as far as I could. But I was rooted to the spot, my photographer's instinct warring with my growing terror. I had to document this, whatever it was. As I raised my camera again, the hum suddenly cut off, plunging the desert back into that oppressive silence. The lights froze in mid-air, then, as one, turned towards me. In that moment, I knew with bone-deep certainty that they were aware of me, that they were looking at me. A voice spoke directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. It wasn't a language I recognized, but somehow I understood every word. "Observer," it said, the word rippling through my consciousness. "You have been chosen. Chosen for what?" I tried to say, but my mouth wouldn't move. My whole body was paralyzed, held in place by some unseen force. "To see," the voice replied. "To record. To bear witness." The lights began to move again, but this time they were coming towards me. As they drew closer, I could see that they weren't lights at all, but windows, portholes looking out from sleek, metallic forms that defied description. They were crafts of some kind, but like nothing I'd ever seen or imagined. My camera clicked away, seemingly of its own accord. Later, when I reviewed the photos, I would find nothing but blurred streaks of light. But in that moment, I saw everything with a clarity that burned itself into my memory. The crafts surrounded me, their portholes aligned at eye level. And through those windows, I saw them, beings that were at once familiar and utterly alien. They had eyes, too many eyes, that blinked in dizzying patterns. Their bodies shifted and flowed like liquid mercury. And when they reached out towards me with appendages that were not quite hands, I felt my sanity begin to slip. "Witness," the voice in my head commanded. And then the visions began. I saw worlds beyond imagining, gas giants with rings of fire, oceans of liquid metal teeming with impossible life, cities that stretched across entire galaxies. I saw the birth of stars and the death of universes. I saw the past, the future, and realities that existed outside of time itself. And through it all, I felt their presence, watching, guiding, showing me things no human was ever meant to see. I don't know how long it lasted. It could have been minutes or millennia. When I finally came back to myself, I was lying face down in the sand, my camera clutched to my chest like a lifeline. The desert was silent once more, the sky empty save for the cold, distant stars. My watch read 3:17 a.m. Less than 4 hours had passed. On shaky legs, I made my way back to my trailer. Every shadow made me flinch. Every rustle of sand under my feet sent my heart racing. I kept expecting to see those lights again, to hear that mind-bending hum. But there was nothing. Just the vast, empty desert and the weight of what I'd experienced pressing down on me. It wasn't until I was safely locked inside the trailer that I dared to look at my camera. My hands trembled as I scrolled through the photos. Most were as I remembered, beautiful shots of the star-filled sky streaked with meteor trails. But then I reached the later images, the ones I'd taken when the lights appeared. My breath caught in my throat. Instead of the blurry streaks I'd expected, the photos showed something else. Shapes that hurt my eyes to look at, colors that shouldn't exist. And in every image, barely visible but undeniably there, were faces. Hundreds of them peering out from between the stars. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and something I didn't want to identify. I slammed the camera shut and buried it in my bag. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I'd seen, what I'd experienced. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as a hallucination, a result of too many hours in the desert heat. But I knew, deep in my bones, that it had been real. All of it. As the first light of dawn began to seep into the sky, I started the trailer's engine. I needed to get out of here, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. But even as I pulled onto the empty highway, I knew it was futile. Whatever had happened out there in the desert, whatever had chosen me, it wasn't confined to that lonely stretch of sand. It was everywhere, hidden just beyond the veil of our limited perception. I drove east, towards the rising sun, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. In my rearview mirror, I could have sworn I saw pinpricks of light dancing on the horizon. Watching, waiting. The photos on my camera burned a hole in my mind. I knew I should delete them, destroy the evidence of what I'd seen. But I couldn't. I was chosen to witness, to record. And now, I realized, with a mix of terror and exhilaration, I had a story to tell. A story that would change everything. As I sped down the empty highway, the desert stretching endlessly around me, one thought echoed through my mind. The lights in the void had seen me, and sooner or later, they would be back. Story 10. The first scream pierced the night. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I bolted upright, heart pounding, straining my ears in the darkness. Beside me, Sarah stirred. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She mumbled something incoherent and rolled over. I held my breath, listening. The cabin was silent now, save for the gentle creaking of old wood settling. Must have been a dream, I thought, trying to calm my racing pulse. But as I lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. We'd arrived at the luxurious cabin in the Adirondacks earlier that day, along with our best friends, Mike and Lisa. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway, a chance to reconnect and unwind. The place was perfect. All gleaming hardwood and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the misty mountains. But from the moment we stepped inside, I'd felt uneasy, like we were intruding somewhere we didn't belong. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, pale morning light was filtering through the curtains. The events of the night felt hazy, dreamlike. As we gathered in the kitchen for coffee, I decided not to mention it. No need to put a damper on our first full day of vacation. "So, what's the plan?" Mike asked, pouring himself a second cup. "Hiking, canoeing." Lisa grinned, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Actually, I was thinking we could explore the cabin a bit more. Did you guys see that collection of old VHS tapes in the den? Might be fun to check them out." I felt a chill run down my spine at her words, though I couldn't say why. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Seems a little nosy, doesn't it?" Sarah laughed, nudging me playfully. "Come on, Tom. Where's your sense of adventure? It'll be like a little treasure hunt." Outvoted, I followed the others into the den. The room was cozy, with plush leather sofas and a stone fireplace. One wall was lined with bookshelves, and there, on the bottom shelf, was a cardboard box filled with VHS tapes. Lisa pulled them out, one by one, reading the handwritten labels. Summer 86. Christmas 92. Oh, he's an interesting one. The Ritual. Sounds spooky, Mike said with a grin. Let's watch that one. Before I could protest, he'd popped the tape into the ancient VCR beneath the big screen TV. The screen flickered to life, filled with static for a moment before the image cleared. What we saw made my blood run cold. The video showed this very cabin, but different, older, dingier. A group of people stood in a circle in what looked like the living room, chanting in a language I didn't recognize. In the center of the circle was a symbol drawn on the floor, a complex, spiraling design that seemed to shift and move the longer I looked at it. What the hell? Sarah whispered, her voice tight with unease. As we watched, transfixed, the chanting grew louder. The camera zoomed in on one of the participants, a young woman with long, dark hair. She stepped into the center of the circle, her eyes wild and unfocused, and then she began to scream. It was the same scream I'd heard in the night. Mike lunged for the remote, his face pale. The TV went black, plunging the room into sudden silence. Okay, Lisa said, her attempt at a laugh coming out shaky. That was intense. Must be some kind of weird art project or something, right? But we all knew it wasn't. There had been a rawness to that footage, a sense of terrible reality that couldn't be faked. The rest of the day passed in a haze of forced normalcy. We went hiking, played board games, drank perhaps a bit more wine than we should have. But underneath it all was a current of unease, a shared sense that we'd seen something we shouldn't have. That night, I awoke to the sound of footsteps. Soft, padding steps moving down the hallway outside our bedroom. I shook Sarah awake, pressing a finger to my lips. We crept to the door, easing it open. The hallway was empty, but I could have sworn I saw a shadow disappear around the corner, heading towards the living room. Should we wake Mike and Lisa? Sarah whispered. I shook my head. Let's check it out first. Might be nothing. But as we entered the living room, I knew it wasn't nothing. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, clearing a large space in the center of the room. And there, on the hardwood floor, was a familiar, spiraling symbol, drawn in what looked horribly like fresh blood. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened. Tom, she said, her voice barely audible. Look. I followed her gaze to the far corner of the room. There, half hidden in shadow, stood a figure, a woman with long, dark hair, her back to us. Slowly, terribly, she began to turn. Run, I choked out, pulling Sarah towards the door. But as we turned, we found our path blocked. Mike and Lisa stood there, their eyes glassy and unfocused. And behind them, more figures emerged from the shadows, all with the same vacant stare, all moving with an unnatural, jerky gait. Join us, they said in unison, their voices a discordant chorus. Complete the ritual. We backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The woman with the dark hair was behind us now, her ice-cold fingers closing around my wrist. And as she touched me, visions exploded in my mind. I saw the cabin as it had been decades ago, saw generations of people drawn here, all falling victim to some ancient, hungry force that lived in these mountains. I saw the ritual performed again and again, each time feeding that insatiable entity, each time adding new souls to its collection. And I saw us, Sarah, Mike, Lisa, and me, arriving at the cabin, the latest in a long line of unwitting sacrifices. No, I gasped, wrenching my arm free. This isn't real. This can't be happening. But even as I said it, I knew it was real. Too real. The entity that had been cultivating this place for who knows how long had ensnared us, just as it had ensnared so many others. And now it wanted us to join its grisly congregation. Sarah's scream snapped me back to reality. The dark-haired woman had grabbed her, was pulling her towards the symbol on the floor. Mike and Lisa moved to help, their movements puppet-like, controlled. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I charged forward, shouldering past Mike and Lisa. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled with all my might. For a terrifying second, I thought the dark-haired woman wouldn't let go. But then Sarah came free, and we were running. We burst out of the cabin into the cool night air. Behind us, inhuman shrieks of rage filled the air. We ran blindly into the woods, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. But we didn't stop. Couldn't stop. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours. When we finally stumbled onto a road and flagged down a passing car, the sun was just beginning to rise. The police, of course, didn't believe our story. When they went to investigate the cabin, they found it empty. No blood symbol on the floor, no VHS tapes, no sign of Mike and Lisa. Just an ordinary luxury rental, peaceful in the morning light. We tried to move on with our lives, to forget what had happened, but the nightmares wouldn't let us. Each night, I see that spiral symbol, hear that unearthly chanting. And sometimes, in crowds or on busy streets, I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Mike, Lisa, the dark-haired woman. Their eyes always vacant, always staring right at me. I know now that we didn't escape, not really. The entity in the Adirondacks let us go for a reason. We're marked now, carriers of its influence, and sooner or later, it will call us back to complete the ritual. So if you're planning a trip to the Adirondacks, and you come across a beautiful, secluded cabin that seems too good to be true, take my advice. Keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't watch the tapes. Because once you've seen them, once you know what lurks in those misty mountains, you can never truly leave. The ritual will be completed. It's only a matter of time. Story 11. The first claw mark appeared on our third night in Yosemite. I noticed it as I was locking up the RV, a deep gouge in the metal just below the driver's side window. My fingers traced the rough edges, a chill running down my spine, despite the warm summer evening. "Hey, Donnie," I called to my wife, trying to keep my voice steady. "Come, take a look at this." She emerged from the RV, our 10-year-old twins, Max and Zoe, trailing behind her. "What's up, Jake?" I pointed at the mark. "Was this here before?" Donnie frowned, running a hand over the scratch. "No way. This is fresh." She looked around, her eyes scanning the darkening campground. "Must have been a bear or something, right?" I nodded, not quite believing it. The marks seemed precise, too intentional for a random animal encounter, but I forced a smile for the kids' sake. "Yeah, probably. Let's make sure all our food is locked up tight tonight, okay?" As we settled in for the night, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. We'd chosen this remote spot in Yosemite for its seclusion, a chance to really immerse ourselves in nature. Now, that isolation felt less like freedom and more like vulnerability. I woke before dawn, the RV silent save for the soft breathing of my family. Something had pulled me from sleep, a sound just at the edge of hearing. I lay still, listening intently. There it was again, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. Carefully, so as not to wake the others, I slipped out of bed and peered through the window. The campground was shrouded in mist, the massive sequoias looming like silent sentinels. And there, just at the edge of our campsite, I saw it. A massive shape, easily 8 feet tall, moving with an unnatural grace for its size. My heart pounded as I watched the creature pause, its head turning towards our RV for a moment. I could have sworn I saw eyes gleaming in the pre-dawn light. Too intelligent, too aware to be any normal animal. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the shape melted back into the mist. I spent the rest of the morning convincing myself it had been a dream, a product of an overactive imagination and too many campfire stories. But as we hiked through the park that day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. "Dad, look!" Max's excited shout snapped me out of my thoughts. He was pointing at the ground near a massive fallen log. "Are those footprints?" I knelt down to examine the impressions in the soft earth. My blood ran cold. The prints were huge, easily twice the size of my own foot, with clear claw marks at the end of each toe, and they were fresh. "Wow," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Must be a really big bear," but I knew it wasn't a bear. The shape was all wrong, too elongated, almost human-like. I glanced at Donnie, seeing my own concern mirrored in her eyes. "Maybe we should head back to the campsite," she suggested, her hand resting protectively on Zoe's shoulder. I nodded, relief washing over me. "Yeah, good idea. It'll be getting dark soon anyway." As we made our way back, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, subtly guided by unseen forces. The usual forest sounds, bird song, rustling leaves, chattering squirrels, had all gone silent. The only noise was our own labored breathing and the crunch of leaves under our feet. We reached the RV just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the campground. As Donnie ushered the kids inside, I did a quick sweep of the perimeter. That's when I saw them. More claw marks, deep and purposeful, circling our entire campsite. My hand shook as I locked the RV door behind me. "Early night tonight, guys," I announced, forcing cheerfulness into my voice. "Big day of exploring tomorrow." The kids grumbled but complied, settling into their bunks. As I kissed them goodnight, I caught Dunny's questioning look. I shook my head slightly, mouthing later. Once we were sure the twins were asleep, Dunny and I sat at the small dinette, speaking in hushed whispers. "Jake, what's going on?" she asked, her voice tight with worry. "And don't say it's nothing. I saw those marks outside." I took a deep breath, running a hand through my hair. "I don't know," I admitted. "But whatever it is, it's not natural. I saw something this morning, Donnie. Something big." I told her about the creature I'd seen, about the footprints, about the unsettling silence in the forest. With each word, I saw the color drain from her face. "We need to leave," she said finally. "First thing in the morning. We'll tell the kids there's been a family emergency or something." I nodded, relief flooding through me. Yeah, that's probably for the best." We went to bed soon after, both of us keyed up to really sleep. I lay awake for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest, every snapping twig or rustling leaf setting my nerves on edge. It was just past midnight when I heard it. A low, melodic humming coming from outside the RV. It was beautiful in a haunting, otherworldly way, and I found myself drawn to it despite my fear. I slipped out of bed, moving to the window. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. Gathered around our campsite were dozens of creatures, similar to the one I'd seen that morning but smaller. They stood in a circle, swaying gently to that eerie, hypnotic melody. And in the center of the circle, towering over the others, was the largest creature I'd ever seen. Its body seemed to shimmer and shift in the moonlight, as if it wasn't quite solid. As I watched, frozen in terror and awe, the creature in the center raised its arms. The humming grew louder, more insistent. And then, to my horror, I saw Max and Zoe emerge from the RV, their eyes glazed and unfocused. I tried to shout, to move, but I was paralyzed. It was like I was watching a movie, helpless to intervene as my children walked towards the waiting circle. A hand on my shoulder broke the spell. I whirled around to find Donnie, her face pale but determined. "We have to stop this," she whispered. I nodded, my mind racing. "The car horn," I said suddenly. "It might scare them off." We crept to the front of the RV, our hearts pounding in unison. I reached for the horn, taking a deep breath. "Ready?" Donnie nodded, gripping my free hand tightly. I pressed the horn, the blaring sound shattering the night silence. Outside, the creatures scattered, melting into the shadows with inhuman speed. I saw Max and Zoe jerk awake, looking around in confusion. We rushed outside, gathering the twins in our arms. They were shivering, their skin cold to the touch. "What happened?" Max asked, his voice small and frightened. "I had a weird dream." "It's okay," Donnie soothed, though her voice shook slightly. "Everything's okay. We're going to go on a little nighttime drive, all right?" We piled into the RV, not bothering to pack up the campsite. As I turned the key in the ignition, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There, at the edge of the trees, I saw a pair of gleaming eyes watching us. The massive creature stepped forward, its form flickering like a mirage. For a moment, I heard that haunting melody again, felt an overwhelming urge to step outside, to join whatever ancient, primal ritual we'd unwittingly stumbled upon. Then Donnie's hand was on my arm, her touch anchoring me to reality. "Drive, Jake," she said softly. "Just drive." I hit the gas, and we roared out of the campground, leaving behind the shadows and secrets of Yosemite. But as the miles rolled by, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't really escaped. That somewhere out there, in the dark heart of the forest, those creatures were waiting, watching, and that someday, somehow, they'd call us back to finish what we'd started. So if you're ever in Yosemite, and you hear a strange, beautiful humming in the night, do yourself a favor. Don't listen, don't look. Just drive away as fast as you can, because some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some songs are better left unheard. Story 12. The neon vacancy sign flickered weakly as we pulled into the Whispering Pines RV park, casting an eerie blue glow over our windshield. I squinted through the darkness, searching for any signs of life among the rows of empty lots. "Are you sure this is the right place, Alex?" My wife, Mia asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I double-checked the GPS on my phone. "Yeah, this is it." Weird that it's so empty, though. It's peak season. We'd been on the road for hours. Our anniversary road trip taking an unexpected detour when our planned campground turned out to be full. This place had popped up on our search, the last option for miles around. As I eased our rented RV into a spot, the headlights illuminated a small office building. A sign in the window declared 24/7 check-in, but the interior was dark. "I'll go see if anyone's around," I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. "Maybe they're just short-staffed." The gravel crunched under my feet as I approached the office, the sound unnaturally loud in the still night air. I cupped my hands against the window, peering inside. A desk, a few chairs, an ancient-looking computer, but no people. Just as I was about to turn away, movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from the back room, shuffling towards the desk with an odd, jerky gait. I knocked on the glass, and the figure's head snapped up, fixing me with a stare that made my skin crawl, even from this distance. Slowly, almost reluctantly, the person, a man I could now see, made his way to the door and opened it. "Welcome to Whispering Pines," he said, his voice a monotone that matched his blank expression. "Just you." I shook my head, gesturing towards our RV. "Me and my wife. We were hoping to stay the night. Is that okay?" He nodded, the movement too smooth, like a marionette on strings. "Of course. We always have room." As he processed our check-in, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His movements were too precise, his responses too rehearsed, and his eyes, they never seemed to blink. "You're all set," he said, handing me a map of the park. "Enjoy your stay, and remember, once you're here, your family." I hurried back to the RV, relief washing over me as I closed the door behind me. Mia looked up from her book, her brow furrowed. "Everything okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh, trying to shake off my unease. "Nah, just tired. The guy at the desk was a bit odd, that's all. Let's get some sleep." But sleep didn't come easily. The park was eerily quiet. No sounds of other campers, no distant traffic, not even the usual nighttime chorus of insects. Just a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to press in on our little RV from all sides. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't quite place. A rhythmic thumping, like someone, or something, walking around the RV. I sat up, my heart pounding. Mia stirred beside me. "Alex, what's wrong?" I whispered, straining my ears. The sound had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, melodic humming coming from outside. Cautiously, I peered out the window. What I saw made my blood run cold. People, dozens of them, were standing in the previously empty lots. They stood perfectly still, their faces turned towards our RV, all humming in perfect unison. And their eyes. Even in the dim light, I could see that their eyes were completely black. "Mia," I hissed, shaking her fully awake. "We need to go. Now." She took one look at my face and nodded, quickly pulling on her shoes. We moved as quietly as we could, gathering our essentials. Just as I was about to start the engine, a knock came at the door. "Hello." It was the man from the office, his voice still that eerie monotone. "Is everything all right in there?" We heard some commotion. I froze, my hand on the ignition key. Mia squeezed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "We're fine," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just getting an early start." There was a pause, long enough that I started to hope he'd gone away. "Then, I'm afraid we can't let you leave just yet. You see, once you're here, you're family. And family stays together." The humming outside grew louder, more insistent. I turned the key, the engine roaring to life. "Hold on," I told Mia, then slammed the RV into reverse. We burst out of our spot, tires squealing. In the rearview mirror, I could see the crowd of people moving towards us with that same jerky, puppet-like motion. But they were fast. Inhumanly fast. I shifted into drive, flooring the accelerator. We careened down the narrow lanes of the RV park, the massive vehicles swaying dangerously. Mia clutched the dashboard, her knuckles white. "The gate," she gasped, pointing ahead. The park's exit was blocked by a heavy iron gate, and standing in front of it, arms outstretched, was the man from the office. "We don't have a choice," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. "Hold on," We smashed through the gate, metal screeching against metal. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we might flip, but then we were through, racing down the dark highway. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between us and Whispering Pines as possible. It wasn't until the sun started to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, that I finally felt safe enough to pull over at a rest stop. Mia and I sat in silence for a long moment, both of us trying to process what had happened. "What?" she started, her voice shaky. "What were they?" I shook my head, at a loss for words. "I don't know, but I don't think they were human. Not anymore, at least." We decided to cut our trip short, heading straight home. But as the miles rolled by, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal wasn't over. Every RV park we passed made my heart race. Every friendly wave from a fellow traveler seemed sinister. It wasn't until we were safely back in our own home that I noticed it. A small, round sticker on the corner of our windshield. It hadn't been there before, I was sure of it. The logo showed a stylized pine tree with the words Whispering Pines RV Park. "Once family, always family," printed beneath it. My hands shook as I tried to peel it off, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it had fused with the glass itself. That night, as Mia and I lay in bed, both too wired to sleep, we heard it. A faint, familiar humming coming from outside. I rushed to the window, my heart in my throat. There, standing on our quiet suburban street, was a lone figure. Even from this distance, I recognized jerky, puppet-like movements. As I watched, frozen in terror, it raised a hand and waved, a gesture that was somehow both friendly and deeply, profoundly wrong. I let the curtain fall, turning to Mia with a grim realization. "We didn't escape," I said softly. "We just brought it home with us." Now, months later, we still hear the humming some nights. We've moved twice, changed our names, but it always finds us. Because the man at the office was right. Once you're family forever. So if you're ever out on the road and you see a sign for Whispering Pines RV Park, do yourself a favor. Keep driving. No matter how tired you are, no matter how much you need a place to stay, just keep going. Because once you check in, you can never really check out. And trust me, you don't want to be part of this family. Story 13. The first thing that hit me when I stepped off the bus was the smell. Rich, earthy, with an underlying sweetness that made my mouth water. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Intoxicating and slightly unsettling at the same time. "Welcome to Harmony Hills Farm," a cheerful voice called out. I turned to see a woman approaching, her sun-weathered face creased in a warm smile. "I'm Beth. You must be our new volunteer." I nodded, shouldering my backpack. "That's me, Sam. Thanks for having me." Beth's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, we're just thrilled you're here. We always need fresh blood on the farm." Something about the way she said fresh blood made me pause, but I shook it off. I was here for an adventure, after all. 6 weeks on an isolated organic farm, learning sustainable agriculture practices. It was exactly the break I needed from my suffocating office job. As Beth led me towards the main farmhouse, I took in my surroundings. Rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see, covered in lush crops I couldn't identify. The plants seemed to pulse with vitality, their leaves an almost unnatural shade of green. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Beth said, noticing my arm. "We have special methods here at Harmony Hills. You'll learn all about them soon enough." The farmhouse was a sprawling, rustic structure that looked like it had been there for centuries. Inside, I met the other volunteers. A diverse group of about a dozen people, all with the same eager, slightly dazed expressions. "You're just in time for dinner," Beth announced. "Why don't you all head to the dining room? Sam, you can leave your bag here for now." The meal was incredible. All farm-fresh produce bursting with flavor. As we ate, the farm's owner, a tall, gaunt man named Ezra, explained more about their practices. "We believe in working with nature, not against it," he said, his deep voice resonating through the room. "Our crops are nourished by the earth itself, in ways modern farmers have forgotten." There was a reverence in his tone that bordered on zealotry. I glanced around the table, noticing how the other volunteers hung on his every word. After dinner, Beth showed me to the volunteers' dormitory. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Oh, and Sam, the Northfields are strictly off limits. For your own safety, of course. Farm equipment and all that. Sleep tight." That night, I dreamed of roots burrowing into my skin, of leaves unfurling in my veins. I woke, gasping, drenched in sweat that smelled faintly of that same sweet, earthy scent that permeated the farm. The next few days fell into a routine. We'd work in the fields from dawn till dusk, tending to the crops with an almost religious devotion. The work was hard, but strangely satisfying. I found myself looking forward to meals, craving the farm's produce with an intensity that surprised me. But as the days wore on, I began to notice things, odd things, like how none of the other volunteers ever seemed to leave the farm, even though some had supposedly been there for months, or how there were no phones, no internet, no connection to the outside world. And then there were the sounds at night, chanting, rhythmic and low, coming from the direction of the forbidden North Fields. When I asked about it at breakfast, the other volunteers just smiled blandly and changed the subject. It was on my 10th day that I decided to investigate. I waited until the dead of night, then slipped out of the dormitory. The full moon cast an eerie glow over the farm as I made my way towards the North Fields. As I crested a hill, I froze. Below me stretched a vast field, but it wasn't filled with any crop I recognized. Twisted, fleshy growths pulsed in the moonlight, their surfaces slick and glistening. And moving among them were figures, human figures, their movements jerky and unnatural. I must have made a sound, because suddenly, all activity in the field ceased. Dozens of faces turned towards me, their eyes reflecting the moonlight like animals. "Sam," a voice said behind me. I whirled to find Ezra standing there, his tall frame silhouetted against the sky. "We hoped you'd join us of your own accord, but I see we'll have to speed up the process." I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Looking down, I saw roots. Actual roots, bursting from the soil, wrapping around my ankles. "Don't fight it," Ezra said soothingly. "It's a gift, really, to become one with the land, to nourish and be nourished in turn." The roots crawled higher, burrowing into my skin. I tried to scream, but my mouth was full of leaves, my lungs filling with rich, dark soil. As consciousness faded, I heard Ezra's voice one last time. "Welcome to the true Harmony Hills. Sam, the harvest is upon us." I awoke with a start, my heart pounding. Sunlight streamed through the dormitory windows. Just a dream, I told myself. A vivid, terrifying dream. But as I sat up, something fell from my hair onto the pillow. A leaf, fresh and green, veined with red. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and confusion. I kept my head down, going through the motions of farm work, while trying to piece together what was really happening at Harmony Hills. The other volunteers remained cheerful and oblivious. But now I noticed the vacancy in their eyes, the slight jerkiness to their movements. And always, that sweet, earthy smell that seemed to emanate from their very pores. I knew I had to escape, but every time I thought about leaving, a wave of dizziness would wash over me. It was as if the very idea of abandoning the farm was becoming physically impossible. It all came to a head a week after my midnight adventure. We were working in the eastern fields when one of the volunteers, a guy named Mike, suddenly collapsed. As we rushed to help him, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Mike's skin was changing, hardening, and taking on a bark-like texture. "Don't worry," Beth said, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. "It's just the change. Mike's ready to fully join us now." As I watched in horror, Mike's body began to twist and elongate. Branches burst from his fingertips, leaves sprouting along his arms. Within minutes, where Mike had been, there now stood a young tree, its trunk still bearing the faint impression of a human face. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Ezra's voice came from behind me. "This is the true power of Harmony Hills. We don't just grow crops here, Sam. We grow people." I turned to run, but my feet had rooted themselves to the ground. Literally. I looked down to see my shoes splitting apart, roots burrowing into the soil. "Don't fight it," Beth cooed, her face now more plant than human. "It's time for you to bloom, Sam, to become part of something greater." As tendrils of green began to creep up my legs, I realized the horrible truth. Harmony Hills wasn't a farm. It was a garden, and we were the crop. I wish I could say I found a way to escape, that I'm writing this as a warning from the safety of my old life. But the truth is, I'm still here. We all are. Our bodies may be rooted in the earth. Our minds might be foggy with spores and pollen, but some part of us remains aware. So if you're reading this, if you've somehow found this message I've managed to scrawl on a leaf and send floating on the wind, heed my warning. If you see a listing for volunteers at Harmony Hills Farm, ignore it. If you smell that sweet, intoxicating scent on the breeze, run the other way. Because once you're planted here, there's no leaving. The harvest comes for us all in the end. And as I feel my consciousness slipping away, becoming one with the vast network of roots and shoots that is Harmony Hills, I can't help but wonder, will you be next season's crop? Story 14. The first raindrop hit my windshield just as my car sputtered and died. I coasted to the shoulder, the dark highway stretching endlessly in both directions. As I fumbled for my phone, my heart sank. No signal, of course. I peered through the intensifying rain, searching for any sign of civilization. There, barely visible through the downpour, a neon sign flickered to life. Vacancy. The Crossroads Motel. Relief washed over me. I grabbed my overnight bag and made a run for it, the rain soaking me to the bone in seconds. By the time I burst through the motel's front door, I was dripping and shivering. The lobby was dimly lit and smelled of musty carpets and stale cigarette smoke. Behind a scratched Formica counter stood a man so still I almost mistook him for a mannequin. His pale, waxy skin seemed to glow in the fluorescent light. "Welcome to the Crossroads," he said, his voice a monotone that sent a chill down my spine. "Just you?" I nodded, water pooling at my feet. "Yeah, car trouble. Got a room for the night." His lips stretched into what I suppose was meant to be a smile, but looked more like a grimace. "Oh, we always have room. Always." As he checked me in, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The lobby clock ticked, but its hands didn't move. The rain outside had stopped as suddenly as it had started, leaving an eerie silence. "Room 13, the clerk said, sliding a key across the counter. An actual key, not a key card. "End of the row. Enjoy your stay." I mumbled my thanks and headed out, the gravel crunching under my feet as I made my way to my room. The motel was a classic horseshoe shape, a single story of identical doors facing a near-empty parking lot. My room was at the very end, partially hidden by an overgrown hedge. The lock clicked open with a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet night. Inside, the room was a time capsule from the 1970s. Faded floral wallpaper, a bulky TV that probably still had rabbit ears, and a bed with a sagging mattress and a scratchy polyester bedspread. I dropped my bag and flopped onto the bed, exhaustion suddenly hitting me like a truck. As my eyes drifted closed, I barely registered the faint sound of music coming through the thin walls. An old song, something about never checking out. I jerked awake, disoriented. The red numbers on the bedside clock read 3:33 a.m. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The broken down car, the rain, the strange motel clerk. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized something was wrong. The furniture had moved. The TV that had been against the far wall was now at the foot of my bed. The chair that had been by the window was now blocking the door. Heart pounding, I fumbled for the light switch. Nothing happened. I tried the bedside lamp. Still nothing. A soft scratching sound came from the bathroom. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response, but the scratching grew louder. I reached for my phone, desperate for its flashlight, but my hand found only empty nightstand. It was gone. The scratching turned into a tapping, then a pounding. Something was in the bathroom, and it wanted out. I bolted for the door, shoving the chair aside. But when I turned the knob, it wouldn't budge. Locked from the outside. Panic rising in my throat, I spun around. The pounding from the bathroom had stopped, replaced by a low, gurgling sound. And then, to my horror, I saw water seeping under the bathroom door. But it wasn't water. It was too dark, too thick. A high, keening wail cut through the air, and I realized it was coming from me. I pounded on the door, screaming for help. "Let me out, please. Somebody help me." Now, a voice said from behind me. "There's no need for all that fuss." I whirled around. The clerk stood there, though I hadn't heard him enter. In the dim light filtering through the curtains, his face looked wrong. Too angular, too sharp. "You're a guest," he continued, taking a step towards me. And at the crossroads, guests stay forever. I blinked, and suddenly the room was full of people. Dozens of them, all with that same waxy skin and too sharp features. Some wore clothes from the 50s, others from the 80s, but all had the same vacant stare. "Welcome to the family," they said in unison, their voices a discordant chorus that made my skin crawl. I screwed my eyes shut, praying this was just a nightmare. When I opened them again, I was alone in the room. But now, looking closer, I could see faces in the wallpaper, hands reaching out from the carpet. A glance in the mirror showed my own reflection, but changed. My skin had taken on that waxy sheen, my features sharpening into something inhuman. The clock still read 3:33 a.m. It would always read 3:33 a.m. I don't know how long I've been here. Time doesn't work right at the crossroads. Sometimes it feels like hours, sometimes like centuries. The other guests come and go, or maybe they're always here, just not always visible. I've learned things in my time here. The crossroads isn't just a motel. It's a place between places, a pit stop for lost souls and those who've taken a wrong turn in more ways than one. Some guests are like me, trapped and terrified. Others seem to revel in it, embracing the eternal limbo. And some aren't human at all, and never were. The clerk, if that's really what he is, checks in new guests every night. I watch from my window as they pull in, relief on their faces as they escape whatever storm chased them here. I want to warn them, to scream at them, to get back in their cars and drive as fast and as far as they can. But I can't. None of us can. We're part of the crossroads now, part of its endless, hungry cycle. There are rules here, unspoken but absolute. Don't try to leave. Don't resist the changes. And never, ever open the bathroom door. I broke that last rule once, driven by a curiosity I couldn't suppress. What I saw in there, well, let's just say there are worse things than being stuck in this room for eternity. Sometimes, in what I think are moments of clarity, I wonder about the world outside. Does time pass normally out there? Are people looking for me? Or has the crossroads erased all trace of my existence, like it never happened at all? I write this now as a warning, though I don't know how or if it will ever reach anyone. If you're driving late at night and your car breaks down, if you see a neon vacancy sign glowing in the darkness, keep going. Walk if you have to, but don't stop. Because the Crossroads Motel always has a room. It always has vacancy. But once you check in, you can never, ever check out. The clerk is at my door now. I can see his shadow under the crack, lengthening and twisting into impossible shapes. He's calling my name, telling me it's time for my shift at the front desk. I don't want to go, but I will. We all take our turns eventually. So if you ever find yourself at a lonely motel desk in the middle of the night, and the person checking you in seems a little off, look closely. You might see me behind their eyes, silently begging you to turn around and leave while you still can. But you won't. No one ever does. Welcome to the Crossroads. Enjoy your eternal stay. Story 15. The first scream pierced the night. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I jolted awake, my heart pounding, straining to hear over the creaking of wood and the rustle of leaves outside our lofty perch. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered, peering at the shadowy forms of my friends in their sleeping bags. Megan stirred, her voice groggy. "Hear what, Jake?" I held up a hand, listening intently. The forest had gone eerily silent, as if holding its breath. Then, from somewhere far below, came another scream. Raw, terrified, and unmistakably human. "That," I said, scrambling to the window of our treehouse. "Someone's out there." We'd rented this place. This elaborate, grown-up version of a childhood dream. For a weekend getaway. An escape from the city. A chance to reconnect with nature and each other. The listing had promised seclusion, boasting that the nearest neighbor was miles away. Now, that isolation felt less like freedom and more like a trap. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I scanned the forest floor far below. The moonlight cast deep shadows between the trees, and for a moment I thought I saw movement. A flash of pale skin, gone as quickly as it appeared. "We should call for help," Megan said, fumbling for her phone. But before she could dial, a sharp crack split the air. We all jumped, and I watched in horror as Megan's phone slipped from her grasp, tumbling out the open window and disappearing into the darkness below. "Shit," she muttered. "Guys, please tell me one of you has signal up here." Dread settled in my stomach as we all checked our phones. No service. Not even a single bar. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's not panic. It was probably just an animal or something. We're safe up here." But even as I said it, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were anything but safe. The treehouse, which had seemed so magical when we arrived, now felt exposed and vulnerable. Every creak of wood, every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. We huddled together, none of us willing to go back to sleep. As the hours crawled by, the silence of the forest grew oppressive. It was as if all the normal nighttime sounds, the hoot of owls, the chirp of crickets, had been swallowed up by something vast and hungry. Just before dawn, when the sky was beginning to lighten to a deep blue, we heard it. A soft, rhythmic thudding coming from the trunk of the tree. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, or maybe my own pulse pounding in my ears. But then I saw the looks on my friends' faces and knew they heard it too. Thud, 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 like footsteps, slowly ascending. "What the hell is that?" Chris whispered, his face pale in the dim light. Before anyone could answer, a hand slammed against the window, making us all jump. It was unnaturally pale, with long spindly fingers that seemed to almost melt into the glass. For a split second, we all froze, too shocked to move. Then, as one, we scrambled to the trapdoor that led to the rope ladder, our only way down. But as Chris reached for the handle, a voice drifted up from below, soft and sing-song. Come down," it crooned. "Join us in the dark." We huddled in the center of the treehouse, trapped between the horrors above and below. As the sun finally crested the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, we saw them. Figures moved in the forest below, their movements jerky and unnatural. They weaved between the trees, circling our refuge, their pale faces turned upwards. And their eyes. Even from this height, I could see that their eyes were wrong. Too large, too dark, like bottomless pits. "What are they?" Meccan whimpered, clutching my arm. I shook my head, unable to form words. These things, whatever they were, defied explanation. They weren't human, not anymore. Maybe they never had been. As the day wore on, we took turns watching, hoping against hope that help would come. But no one came. No planes flew overhead, no hikers passed through. It was as if the whole world had disappeared, leaving just us and those things. They never left, never slept, just circled endlessly, their hungry eyes fixed on our treehouse. Sometimes they called up to us, their voices a twisted parody of human speech. They promised safety, comfort, belonging. All we had to do was come down. By the second night, we were exhausted, dehydrated, and terrified beyond reason. Our meager supplies of snacks and water were running low. We knew we couldn't stay up here forever. It was Chris who snapped first. "I can't take this anymore," he said, his voice cracking. Maybe if we just talk to them, they'll let us go." Before we could stop him, he was at the window, calling down to the creatures below. "Hello, we're coming down, okay? Just don't hurt us." The response was immediate. The creatures surged towards the base of the tree, their movements now eager, almost frenzied. "No," I yelled, grabbing Chris and pulling him back. But it was too late. They had heard him. They knew we were weakening. That night, the assault began in earnest. They climbed the tree, their long fingers finding impossible perches on the smooth bark. We could hear them scratching at the walls, probing for weaknesses. We took turns sleeping in short bursts, never letting our guard down. But as the hours wore on, I found myself drifting, my exhausted mind playing tricks on me. I could have sworn I saw branches reaching through the walls, leaves sprouting from the floorboards. On the third day, as the sun was setting, we heard a new sound, a low, melodic humming that seemed to come from the forest itself. It was beautiful, haunting, and despite my terror, I felt drawn to it. I looked at my friends and saw the same conflict on their faces. The desire to resist warring with a growing urge to just let go, to surrender to whatever fate awaited us below. Maybe, Megan said slowly, her eyes glassy, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to join them, to become part of the forest. I wanted to argue, to shake her out of it, but I felt it too. A seductive whisper in the back of my mind, promising peace, belonging, an end to fear and uncertainty. As if in a trance, we moved towards the trapdoor. Our hands reached for the latch, moving of their own accord. I knew we should stop, knew that opening that door meant death, or worse, but I couldn't fight it anymore. The trapdoor swung open. The humming grew louder, filling our ears, our minds, our very souls. Pale hands reached up, beckoning, and we began to climb down. With each step, I felt myself changing. My skin grew pale, my fingers lengthening. The fear melted away, replaced by a strange, peaceful acceptance. This was right. This was where we belonged. As my feet touched the forest floor, strong arms enveloped me. I looked up into eyes that should have terrified me, but now felt like home. "Welcome," they whispered, their voices like rustling leaves. "Welcome to the eternal forest." I turned to my friends, saw the same transformation taking hold of them. We smiled at each other, a shared understanding passing between us. We were home, we were family, we were the forest. Now, we wait. We circled the great tree, our tree, and watch. Sooner or later, new guests will come. They always do. Drawn by the promise of adventure, of escape, they'll climb up to their lofty perch, thinking themselves safe, but we'll be here, waiting, watching, calling them down to join us. So if you're ever deep in the woods and you come across a magnificent treehouse, think twice before you climb up. Listen closely. You might hear our whispers in the leaves, our footsteps circling below. And if you do hear us, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because once you're here, once you become part of the forest, there's no going back. You'll be one of us, forever. Welcome to our home among the trees. We've been waiting for you. Story 16. The first time I felt something was off was during the opening meditation. As we sat cross-legged in the retreat center's main hall, our eyes closed and backs straight, I could have sworn I felt something brush against my mind. It was fleeting, like fingers trailing across the surface of still water, gone before I could really process it. I opened one eye, peeking at the others around me. 20 strangers, all here for the same reason. A week-long yoga and meditation. Retreat promising true enlightenment in the heart of the Sedona desert. But as I scanned their serene faces, I noticed our instructor, Swami Ananda, staring directly at me. His eyes, unnaturally bright in the dim room, seemed to bore into my soul. I quickly shut my eye, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. It was probably just nerves, I told myself. After all, I'd never done anything like this before. A week unplugged from the world, focusing on inner peace and self-discovery. It was way outside my comfort zone. As the days progressed, that initial unease grew. The yoga sessions became more intense, pushing us to hold poses for impossibly long periods. During meditation, Swami Ananda would walk among us, his voice guiding us to open our minds and let go of our earthly tethers. And each time, I'd feel that strange brushing sensation against my thoughts, stronger now, like something or someone was trying to get in. It wasn't just me, either. I started noticing changes in the other participants. Mary, a bubbly accountant from Ohio, grew quieter and more withdrawn. Tom, a skeptical lawyer who'd been dragged here by his wife, began speaking in reverent tones about Swami Ananda's teachings. On the third night, unable to sleep, I snuck out of my room for some fresh air. As I approached the main hall, I heard chanting, low, rhythmic, and definitely not in any language I recognized. Peering through a window, I saw Swami Ananda and his assistants standing in a circle. In the center was Mary, her eyes rolled back, body swaying to the chant. My heart pounding, I turned to run, and found Tom standing right behind me. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked, his voice oddly flat. "Why don't you join us? Swami Ananda is showing us the path to true enlightenment." I mumbled some excuse and hurried back to my room, my mind racing. This wasn't right. None of this was right. The next morning, I tried to talk to some of the others about what I'd seen, but they either didn't remember or brushed it off as a special advanced session. Their eyes had a glassy, unfocused quality that sent chills down my spine. During that day's meditation, Swami Ananda focused his attention on me. "Let go," he intoned, his hand on my shoulder. "Let us in. Become one with the universal consciousness." The pressure in my head built to an almost unbearable level. I could feel something pushing against the boundaries of my mind, seeking entry. Images flashed behind my closed eyelids. Vast, cosmic vistas, geometries that shouldn't be possible, entities that defied description. With a gasp, I broke free, scrambling to my feet. "No," I panted. "This isn't, you're not." Swami Ananda's face remained serene, but his eyes flashed with something alien and cold. "You resist the gift we offer," he said softly, "but you cannot fight your own evolution forever." I ran from the room, ignoring the calls of the other participants. Back in my cabin, I threw my belongings into my bag, determined to get out of there. But as I reached for the door, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The room spun, and I collapsed to the floor. When I came to, I was back in the main hall. The other participants sat in a circle around me, their eyes now glowing with the same unearthly light as Swami Ananda's. Mary and Tom stood at my head and feet, holding me down with inhuman strength. "You see, Swami," Ananda said, looming over me, "we are not just teaching yoga and meditation here. We are ushering in the next stage of human consciousness, opening minds to the vast cosmic truths that your limited brains cannot normally comprehend." As he spoke, his face seemed to shimmer and shift, revealing something decidedly not human beneath. The other participants began to chant, the same otherworldly language I'd heard before. What are you?" I managed to choke out. His lips curved in a smile that was both beautiful and terrifying. "We are the enlightened ones. We have transcended the boundaries of flesh and mind, of time and space. And now, we offer you the same gift." The chanting grew louder. I felt that pressure in my head again, but 1,000 times stronger. It was like my skull was being pried open, my very sense of self unraveling. I saw impossible things, worlds beyond imagining, beings of pure energy, the intricate cosmic web that connects all of existence. It was overwhelming, maddening, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that if I accepted this, if I let it in fully, I would cease to be me in any meaningful sense. With the last shred of my willpower, I fought back. I focused on the feeling of the hard floor beneath me, the sound of my own ragged breathing, anything to anchor myself to reality. The pressure built to an excruciating crescendo, and then, suddenly, it was gone. I found myself alone in the main hall, weak and shaking, but still me. Outside, the first light of dawn was breaking over the desert. The retreat center was eerily silent, empty, as if everyone had simply vanished. I stumbled to my feet, making my way out of the building on unsteady legs. My car was still in the parking lot, keys in the ignition. As I drove away, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something far worse than death. It's been months since that night, and I still don't know how to process what happened. I've tried to find information about Swami and Anda, about the retreat center, but it's like they never existed. The website is gone, and when I called the Sedona tourist board, they had no record of any such place. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel that slight pressure at the edges of my mind. A gentle probing, as if something is checking to see if I'm ready to let it in. And in my dreams, I see those cosmic vistas, those impossible geometries. I hear the chanting, feel the pull of that other consciousness. Part of me wonders if I made a mistake in resisting, if I turned down a chance at true enlightenment, at transcending the limits of human existence. But then I remember the inhuman light in their eyes, the way they held me down, the feeling of my very self being unraveled. No, whatever they were offering, it wasn't enlightenment. It was extinction. So I'm writing this as a warning. If you ever come across a yoga retreat promising true enlightenment, be careful. Look closely at the instructor's eyes. Listen for chanting in languages that shouldn't exist. And if you feel something brushing against your mind, trying to get in, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because the enlightened ones are out there, waiting, watching, and they're always looking for new minds to open, new souls to absorb into their cosmic consciousness. Don't let yours be next. Story 17. The first thing that hit me when we rolled into Silver Creek was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of a small town, but a heavy, oppressive stillness that seemed to swallow up every sound. Even the rumble of our car's engine felt muffled, as if the very air was thick with something unseen. "Are you sure this is the right place?" my sister Ellie asked, peering out the window at the dilapidated buildings lining the empty main street. I double-checked the GPS on my phone. Yeah, this is it. Silver Creek, Nevada. Abandoned in 1957 after the mines dried up. We'd driven hours into the desert for this, lured by online stories of a perfectly preserved ghost town. As urban explorers and amateur photographers, it seemed like the perfect destination for our weekend adventure. Now, as we stepped out of the car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The town looked frozen in time, as if everyone had simply vanished one day, leaving everything behind. Faded signs advertised goods and services long forgotten. A rusted-out car sat at a tilted angle on the street, its tires nothing but ragged remnants. "This is incredible," Ellie breathed, already snapping photos. "It's like walking into the past." I nodded, trying to shake off my unease. "Let's check out that old hotel," I suggested, pointing to a 3-story building with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. As we approached, a flicker of movement in one of the upper windows caught my eye. I blinked, and it was gone. Must have been a trick of the light, I told myself. The hotel's front door creaked open at our touch, releasing a puff of stale air. Inside, a thick layer of dust covered everything. The reception desk, the faded armchairs in the lobby, the rack of room keys still hanging on the wall. "Look at this," Ellie called, picking up a ledger from the desk. The last entry is from May 15th, 1957. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson checked in. Room 237. A chill ran down my spine. That's the day the town was supposedly abandoned. We made our way upstairs, the wooden steps groaning under our weight. The hallway was dark, our flashlights casting long shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Room 237 was at the end of the hall. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Inside, the room looked like its occupants had just stepped out for a moment. Clothes laid out on the bed, a half-empty glass of water on the nightstand. "This is weird," I muttered, running a finger through the dust on the dresser. "Why would they leave everything behind like this?" Ellie shrugged, snapping more photos. "Maybe they left in a hurry." "Ooh, check this out." She held up an old radio, its dial tuned to a station that no longer existed. On a whim, she flicked the power switch. To our shock, it crackled to life. Static filled the room, punctuated by snippets of what sounded like voices. We leaned in closer, straining to make out the words. "Trapped. Can't leave. Help us." The radio went dead as suddenly as it had come on. Ellie and I looked at each other, a shared chill of fear passing between us. "Okay, that was creepy," Ellie said with a nervous laugh. "Maybe this place really is haunted." I forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. "Yeah, right. Probably just picked up some random signal. Come on, let's check out the rest of the town." As we explored, that feeling of unease grew stronger. In the old schoolhouse, a half-finished lesson was still written on the blackboard. The general store's shelves were stocked with dusty, faded products. And everywhere we went, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It was late afternoon when we reached the entrance to the old silver mine at the edge of town. A weathered sign warned danger. "Do not enter," but the chain-link fence had long since rusted away. "Should we?" Ellie asked, a glint of excitement in her eyes. I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave, to get in the car and drive away from this place as fast as possible. But my curiosity won out. "Just a quick look," I said. "And we stay together, okay?" The mine entrance was a yawning black hole in the side of the mountain. Our flashlights barely seemed to penetrate the darkness as we stepped inside. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something metallic and unpleasant. We'd only gone a few hundred feet when we heard it. The unmistakable sound of pickaxes striking rock, echoing from deep within the mine. "That's not possible," I whispered, my heart racing. "This place has been abandoned for decades." Ellie gripped my arm, her face pale in the flashlight beam. "Let's go back. Please, Alex, let's just go." We turned to leave, only to find our way blocked. Where the entrance had been was now solid rock. Panic rising in my throat, I ran my hands over the rough surface, searching for any sign of an opening. "This can't be happening," Ellie sobbed. "How is this happening?" The sound of pickaxes grew louder, closer, and with it came voices, dozens of them, calling out in a cacophony of pleas and warnings. "Don't let them take you. Run while you still can. Join us. Become one with the mine." Shadows moved at the edge of our flashlight beams, vague, humanoid shapes that flickered in and out of existence. The air grew thick, making it hard to breathe. I felt lightheaded, my vision blurring. "Ellie," I gasped, reaching for her hand. "We have to," but my sister wasn't there anymore. In her place stood a figure made of shadow and silver dust, its featureless face turned towards me. "Welcome to Silver Creek," it said in Ellie's voice. "You're home now," I screamed, the sounds swallowed up by the darkness. I ran blindly, deeper into the mine, the voices and shadows pursuing me. The tunnels twisted and turned, defying all logic and geometry. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing to the ground. As consciousness faded, I saw figures emerging from the walls of the mine. Men and women in old-fashioned clothes, their bodies shimmering with a metallic sheen. They reached for me with silver-tipped fingers, their touch cold as the grave. "Join us," they whispered. "Become part of Silver Creek. Forever." I woke with a start, finding myself back in the hotel room. Ellie was shaking me, her face creased with worry. "Alex, wake up. You were having a nightmare." I sat up, my heart pounding. "The mine, the shadows. We have to get out of here." Ellie looked confused. "What are you talking about? We just got here, remember? We haven't even left the hotel yet." I stared at her, my mind reeling. Had it all been a dream? But it had felt so real. As if in answer I noticed something on the nightstand. A small, silver-flecked rock that I was certain hadn't been there before. And when I looked in the mirror, my eyes seemed to catch the light strangely, reflecting it back with a metallic gleam. "Yeah," I said slowly, a chill settling in my bones. "Just a dream. Let's go explore the town, shall we?" As we left the hotel, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap. But try as I might, I couldn't bring myself to suggest leaving. Something was pulling us deeper into Silver Creek, and I had a terrible feeling that we'd never truly leave this place. So if you're ever driving through the Nevada desert and you come across a small town that's not on any map, a place where the air is thick with silence and the buildings are frozen in time, keep driving. Don't stop to explore, no matter how tempting it might be. Because Silver Creek is always looking for new residents. And once you're here forever. Another echo in a ghost town that refuses to die. Story 18. The first whisper came on our second night in the cabin. A soft, sibilant sound that slithered through the cracks in the old log walls, barely audible over the crackling of the fireplace. I froze, my mug of hot chocolate halfway to my lips, straining to hear. "Did you hear that?" I asked, looking at my wife, Sarah. She glanced up from her book, brow furrowed. "Hear what, Jack?" I shook my head, forcing a smile. "Nothing, I guess. Just the wind." But it wasn't the wind. Deep down, I knew that. And as the days wore on in our secluded Vermont getaway, I'd come to realize just how wrong I was. We'd found the cabin on one of those vacation rental sites, lured by promises of pristine wilderness and a chance to step back in time in a rustic 19th century homestead. It seemed perfect. A week away from the chaos of the city, just Sarah and me, surrounded by the autumn splendor of the Green Mountains. The first sign that something was off came when we arrived. The cabin was exactly as pictured, all weathered wood and quaint charm. But as we unloaded the car, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. I kept glancing at the tree line, expecting to see something. But there was only the wind-rustled leaves and lengthening shadows of late afternoon. Inside, the cabin was a time capsule. Faded quilts draped over handmade furniture, oil lamps sat ready on side tables, and a massive stone fireplace dominated one wall. It was cozy in an austere sort of way. "Look at this," Sarah called from a corner. She was holding up an old, leather-bound book. Seems like a map of the area. I peered over her shoulder. The map was hand-drawn, intricate in its detail. It showed the cabin, the surrounding forest, and a network of trails I didn't remember seeing on any modern maps. But what caught my eye was a spot marked with a strange symbol, a spiral within a circle, and the words, "The Whispering Stones," scrawled beside it. "Huh," I said, tracing the symbol with my finger. "Wonder what that is?" Sarah shrugged, setting the book aside. "Probably just some local landmark. Hey, want to go for a hike tomorrow? We could try to find it." I agreed, pushing aside a nameless unease. It was just an old map, after all. What harm could come from a little exploration? That night, I dreamed of whispers, countless voices, speaking words I couldn't quite make out, growing louder and more insistent, until I woke with a start, drenched in sweat despite the chill in the air. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, perfect hiking weather. We set out early, the old map tucked safely in my backpack. The forest was a riot of color. Red maples, golden birches, the deep green of pines. It was beautiful, but as we ventured deeper into the woods, following barely their trails, the beauty took on an oppressive quality. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. We walked for hours, the sun climbing high in the sky. Just as I was about to suggest turning back, we stumbled into a clearing. And there, arranged in a perfect circle, were the whispering stones. They were massive boulders, easily twice my height, worn smooth by time and weather. The spiral symbol from the map was carved into each one, the grooves dark against the pale stone. "This is incredible," Sarah breathed, running her hand over one of the symbols. "How old do you think these are?" I shook my head, words failing me. There was something off about this place. The air felt thick, heavy with anticipation. And then I heard it again, that whisper, clearer now. It seemed to be coming from the stones themselves. "We should go," I said abruptly, grabbing Sarah's arm. "It'll be dark soon." She looked at me, puzzled. "What? But we just got here. Don't you want to explore a bit more?" Before I could answer, a gust of wind whipped through the clearing. It carried with it a chorus of whispers, too many voices to count, all speaking at once in a language I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. "Join us," they seemed to say. "Become one with the forest. Stay forever." Sarah's eyes went wide. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, my heart pounding. We need to leave. Now, we turned to go, but the path we'd taken was gone, swallowed up by dense underbrush that hadn't been there moments before. Panic rising in my throat, I spun around, trying to get my bearings, but every direction looked the same. Endless trees and gathering shadows. "This isn't possible," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "How did we get so turned around?" The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could feel them pressing against my mind, trying to get in. Images flashed behind my eyes. Ancient rituals performed in this very clearing. Generations of people drawn to the whispering stones, joining with something old and hungry that lived in these woods. Night fell with unnatural swiftness, plunging us into darkness broken only by pale moonlight filtering through the canopy. The stones seemed to glow from within, pulsing in time with the whispers. We huddled together in the center of the circle, too afraid to touch the stones, too lost to find our way back. As the hours crept by, I felt myself changing. My skin tingled, and when I looked at my hands, I could have sworn I saw bark forming over my fingers. Sarah wasn't faring any better. Her eyes had taken on a strange, luminous quality, and leaves seemed to be sprouting from her hair. "Jack," she said, her voice distant and dreamy, "maybe we should stay, become part of it all. It would be so peaceful." I shook her, fighting against the seductive pull of the whispers. "No, this isn't real. We have to fight it." But even as I said it, I could feel my resolve weakening. The forest was so old, so vast. What were we compared to its ancient wisdom? Why not let go, sink into the earth, become one with the endless cycle of growth and decay? Just as I was about to give in, to let the whispers take me, a new sound cut through the night. The dog's bark, followed by a human voice calling out. "Hello," Is someone there? The spell broken? I scrambled to my feet, pulling Sarah with me. Here! I shouted. We're here? A beam of light cut through the darkness, and moments later, a man emerged into the clearing, a large dog at his side. He took in our disheveled appearance, the strange circle of stones, and his face grew grave. You shouldn't be here, he said. These woods aren't safe at night. Come on, I'll lead you back to the road. As we followed him, the whispers faded, replaced by the normal sounds of a forest at night. By the time we reached our cabin, I had almost convinced myself. It had all been some sort of shared hallucination brought on by exhaustion and unfamiliar surroundings. Almost. We left the next morning, cutting our vacation short. Neither of us could bear to spend another night in that cabin, so close to those ancient, hungry woods. But the whispering stones weren't done with us. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear them, soft voices calling me back to that clearing. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something other, a flicker of green in my eyes, the texture of my skin just a bit too rough to bark-like. Sarah feels it too. I've caught her staring out the window. A wistful expression on her face, leaves rustling in her hair, though there's no breeze. We don't talk about it. We can't. But we both know that someday the whispers will grow too loud to ignore. And when that day comes, we'll go back to those woods, back to the whispering stones. We'll take our place in that ancient circle and finally become one with the forest. So if you're ever hiking in the Green Mountains and you come across an old, hand-drawn map, do yourself a favor. Don't follow it. Don't seek out the whispering stones. Because once you hear those voices, once you feel the pull of that primeval forest, you'll never truly leave. Part of you will always remain there, whispering in the woods, calling to others to join you in that eternal, verdant embrace. Story 19. The first doll appeared on our third morning in Pisgah. I spotted it as I stepped out of our rented RV, stretching in the crisp mountain air. There, hanging from a low branch of a nearby oak, was a crude wooden figure about the size of my hand. Its features were roughly carved, but its eyes, too deep, dark knots in the wood, seemed to stare right at me. Hey, Liz, I called to my wife, still inside. Come, check this out. She emerged, our 10-year-old twins, Max and Emma, close behind. What is it, Dan? I pointed at the doll. Weird, right? Must be some kind of local art thing. Liz frowned, pulling the kids closer. It's creepy. Who would hang that here? I shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. Probably just some campers having fun. Come on, let's get breakfast started. But as I turned back to the RV, I couldn't shake the feeling that those wooden eyes were following me. We'd chosen this remote spot in North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest for our fall vacation, eager to show the kids the beauty of nature away from crowds and cell phone signals. The first 2 days had been idyllic. Hiking, stargazing, roasting marshmallows by the campfire. Now, though, a sense of unease settled over me like the morning mist clinging to the trees. Throughout the day, I kept catching glimpses of that doll from the corner of my eye. But when I'd turned to look directly at it, it seemed different. Sometimes closer to the RV, sometimes facing a new direction. Once, I could have sworn it had moved to a completely different tree. Dad, look. Emma's excited shout snapped me out of my thoughts. She was pointing up at the branches above our picnic table. Another dolly. My blood ran cold. There, swaying gently in the breeze, was another wooden figure. This one was larger, its features more defined, and its eyes, I could have sworn they blinked. "Okay, this isn't funny anymore," Liz said, her voice tight. "Who's doing this?" I scanned the woods around us, but saw no sign of other campers. "I don't know. Maybe we should pack up, find another spot." Max tugged at my sleeve, his eyes wide. "But Dad, we were going to go hike into the waterfall today. You promised." I hesitated, torn between my unease and the disappointment on my son's face. "All right, we'll stay. But everyone stick close together on the hike, okay?" As we set off down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming before, now felt oppressive. Shadows seemed to move between the trees, always just out of sight. We were about a mile in when Emma stopped abruptly. "Dad," she whispered, pointing ahead. "Look, there, lining both sides of the trail, were dozens of wooden dolls. They hung from branches, sat on stumps, peered out from behind rocks, all facing the path, all watching us." "That's it," Liz said, grabbing the kids' hands. "We're going back now." We turned to retrace our steps, only to find the path behind us similarly lined with dolls. My heart pounded as I realized we were surrounded. "Stay calm," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We'll just walk back. Ignore them. It's just someone's idea of a joke." But with each step, more dolls seemed to appear. Their eyes followed our movement, heads slowly turning as we passed. The wood creaked and groaned, a chorus of tiny voices that seemed to whisper just at the edge of hearing. By the time we made it back to our campsite, we were all on the verge of panic. I fumbled with the RV keys, my hands shaking. "Dan," Liz said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Look at the RV." I turned, and my heart nearly stopped. Our motorhome was covered in dolls. They hung from the mirrors, sat on the roof, clustered around the wheels, and they were moving, their wooden limbs jerking and twitching like marionettes with invisible strings. "Get in the car," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant in my own ears. Now, we piled in, the engine roaring to life. I threw it into reverse, tires spinning on the leaf-strewn ground. Dolls fell from the RV as we moved, their tiny bodies breaking apart on impact. But for each one that fell, two more seemed to take its place. As we pulled onto the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The entire forest behind us seemed to be moving, thousands of wooden figures emerging from between the trees. "What's happening?" Max sobbed from the back seat. "Why are they chasing us?" I had no answer. We drove for hours, winding through mountain roads, always with that mass of wooden figures visible in the mirror. No matter how fast we went, they seemed to keep pace, flowing through the forest like a timber tide. Night fell, and still we drove. The kids had finally fallen into an uneasy sleep, but Liz sat rigid beside me, her eyes constantly checking the mirrors. "There's a town coming up," she said, pointing to a sign. "Maybe we can find help there." The town, when we reached it, was dark and silent. No lights in the windows, no cars on the streets. As we rolled to a stop in the town square, I realized why. Every building, every surface, was covered in wooden dolls. They perched on rooftops, peered out from shop windows, lined the sidewalks in silent rows. "Oh God," Liz whispered. "It's not just the forest. They're everywhere." A tapping on the window made us both jump. There, pressed against the glass, was a doll larger than any we'd seen before. Its wooden face was intricately carved, almost lifelike in its detail. And its eyes. Its eyes were alive, glowing with an inner light that spoke of an intelligence far beyond mere wood and sap. Its mouth opened, wood creaking, and a voice like rustling leaves filled the RV. "You have entered our domain," it said. "The forest has claimed you. Become one with us, or flee forever." As it spoke, I felt a strange sensation in my hands. Looking down, I watched in horror as my skin began to harden, taking on the texture of bark. Beside me, Liz let out a strangling cry. Wooden tendrils were growing from her hair, her eyes taking on the flat, glassy look of the dolls. In the back seat, the kids stirred, their arms and legs already more branched than flesh. "No," I moaned, fighting against the transformation. "This isn't real. It can't be real." But even as I denied it, I could feel the change overtaking me. My thoughts grew slow and syrupy, memories of a life beyond the forest fading like mist in the morning sun. With the last of my humanity, I turned to Liz. Her face was now a wooden mask, but in her eyes, I saw a flicker of the woman I loved. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice rough like bark on bark. "I'm so sorry." As consciousness faded, replaced by an ancient, arboreal awareness, I had one last coherent thought. We had come to Pisgah to connect with nature, and now we would be a part of it. Forever. Now we hang from the trees, silent watchers in a forest of wooden guardians. We wait for the next unwary travelers, the next family seeking escape in nature's embrace. And when they come, we'll be ready. Ready to welcome them into our wooden world, to show them the truth we've learned. In Pisgah, the forest doesn't just surround you, it becomes you. So if you're ever driving through the mountains of North Carolina, and you see a lonely RV parked by the side of the road, beware. Look closely at the trees around you. In their branches, you might see us watching, waiting. Our wooden eyes following your every move, our silent voices calling you deeper into the forest. And if you hear a child's voice calling for help in the woods, don't follow it. It's already too late for us. Save yourself, drive on, and never look back. Story 20. The first crack in the ice came just after midnight. A sharp, gunshot-like report that jolted me awake, heart pounding. I lay there in the darkness of the cabin's loft, listening to the wind howl outside, convinced I'd dreamed it. Then I heard it again, a deep, resonant boom that seemed to shake the very foundations of our little haven on the shores of Lake Tahoe. Mike, my wife, Sarah, stirred beside me. What was that? I swallowed hard, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. Probably just the ice shifting. Go back to sleep, honey. But sleep didn't come easily after that. I lay awake, staring at the rough-hewn beams above us, straining to hear over the storm raging outside. We'd known the blizzard was coming when we'd rented this secluded cabin for our anniversary getaway. The idea of being snowed in had seemed romantic, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with each other. Now, as another boom echoed across the lake, I wasn't so sure. Morning dawned grey and forbidding. The storm had dumped at least 3 feet of snow overnight, transforming the landscape into an alien world of white. I made my way downstairs, the old floorboards creaking under my feet, to find our friends, Tom and Lisa, already up and peering out the frost-covered windows. "Have you seen this?" Tom asked, his voice hushed with awe. "It's like we're on another planet." I joined them at the window, my breath fogging the glass. The lake, which had been open water when we'd arrived yesterday, was now a solid sheet of ice stretching as far as the eye could see. And there, just visible through the swirling snow, were dark shapes moving across its surface. "Are those people?" Lisa asked, squinting. I shook my head. a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature running down my spine. Can't be. No one would be crazy enough to go out in this. But as we watched, the shapes grew clearer. They were indeed human figures, gliding across the ice with an unnatural grace. Their movements were odd, jerky yet fluid, like marionettes controlled by an unseen hand. "We should help them," Sarah said, coming down the stairs. "They must be freezing out there." I hesitated, some instinct warning me against it. But Sarah was already pulling on her coat, and I couldn't let her go out alone. We all bundled up and stepped out onto the cabin's small porch. The cold hit like a physical force, stealing the breath from my lungs. The wind drove needles of ice into any exposed skin, and the snow was so thick I could barely see the lake's edge just yards away. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice swallowed by the storm. "Do you need help?" For a moment, there was no response. Then, carried on the wind, we heard it. A voice, or voices, calling back. The words were indistinct, but the tone was clear. A plea for help. Without hesitation, Sarah started down the path to the lake. We followed, struggling through snowdrifts that reached our waists in places. By the time we reached the shore, I was exhausted and disoriented. The world had narrowed to a bubble of white, the cabin behind us lost in the blizzard. "Where are they?" Tom shouted over the wind. "I don't see anyone." I squinted, trying to pierce the curtain of snow. The dark shapes were still out there, closer now, but still maddeningly indistinct. And that voice, it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We should go back," I said, grabbing Sarah's arm. "This isn't safe." But as I turned, my foot slipped on the icy shore. I fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. And that's when I heard it. Not with my ears, but somehow inside my head. A chorus of voices, whispering, pleading, "Join us under the ice, where it's warm, where it's safe." I scrambled to my feet, panic rising in my throat. We need to leave. Now, but it was too late. The ice at the lake's edge began to crack and heave, and from beneath it emerged things human-shaped. Yes, but wrong in a way that defied description. Their skin was pale and bloated, their eyes milky white. Water streamed from their mouths as they reached for us with long, webbed fingers. Lisa's scream cut through the air as one of the creatures grabbed her ankle. She fell, and in an instant, they were on her. I watched in horror as they dragged her towards a gaping hole in the ice. Her screams abruptly silenced as she disappeared beneath the surface. "Run!" I yelled, pushing Sarah ahead of me. Tom was already sprinting back towards where we thought the cabin was, his face a mask of terror. We ran blindly through the storm, the sounds of pursuit close behind. Ice cracked and groaned beneath our feet. The lake had expanded, somehow, impossibly. We were running on its frozen surface and didn't even know it. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes bleeding into hours. The cold seeped into my bones, numbing my mind. More than once, I felt the urge to stop, to let the ice take me. The voices in my head grew louder, more insistent. "Rest now. Join us in the depths. Become one with the lake." It was Sarah who saved us. Her hand in mine kept me anchored, kept me moving forward. Eventually, miraculously, we stumbled upon the cabin. Tom was nowhere to be seen. We burst through the door, slamming it behind us and piling furniture against it. For a long moment, we just stood there, gasping for breath, unable to process what had just happened. "Lisa," Sarah sobbed. "Oh God, Lisa." I held her close, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen, couldn't happen. But as night fell, bringing with it a darkness deeper than any I'd ever known. I knew it was all too real. The things from the lake weren't done with us. We could hear them outside, scratching at the walls, tapping at the windows. Their voices, no longer in our heads, but audible now, called to us ceaselessly. Come out. Join us. The ice is waiting. We huddled in the center of the cabin, away from the windows, as the long night wore on. The power had gone out hours ago, and our flashlight batteries were fading fast. In the dim light, I could see frost forming on the inside of the walls, creeping across the floor towards us. Mike, Sarah whispered, her teeth chattering. What's going to happen to us? I pulled her closer, trying to share what little warmth I had left. We'll be okay. Help will come. We just have to hold out until morning. But as I said it, I knew it was a lie. No help was coming. The storm, unnatural in its intensity and duration, had cut us off completely. And even if it hadn't, who would believe us? Who would dare to come? As the first light of dawn filtered through the frost-covered windows, we heard a new sound, the groan of wood giving way under immense pressure. The cabin shuddered, timbers creaking in protest. The ice, I realized with dawning horror. It's crushing the cabin. We stumbled to the door, our limbs stiff and uncooperative from the cold. But when we opened it, we found not the snowy landscape of yesterday, but a vast expanse of ice. The lake had claimed everything, as far as the eye could see. And there, standing on the ice, were Tom and Lisa. Their skin was pale, their eyes milky white. They smiled at us with blue-tinged lips and spoke in voices that bubbled as if underwater. Come, join us. The ice is waiting. As the cabin groaned and shifted behind us, collapsing under the inexorable pressure of the expanding ice, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. The voices in my head were soothing now, promising warmth and belonging in the depths below. Hand in hand, Sarah and I stepped out onto the ice. It cracked beneath our feet, a welcoming sound. As the frigid water enveloped us, I had one last coherent thought. In the end, we had found our eternity together, just not in the way we'd expected. Now, we wait beneath the ice of Lake Tahoe, waiting for the next unwary visitors, the next souls to join our frozen community. So if you are ever by the lake in winter, and you hear voices calling from across the ice, don't answer. Don't look. Just run. Because the ice is always waiting, and it's always hungry for more. Story 21. The first dream came on our second night in the Ozarks. I was standing in a clearing, surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees. Their branches reached for me like grasping fingers, leaves whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand but somehow knew. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each one carved with symbols that seemed to writhe and change as I looked at them. And there, in the middle of the circle, was a figure. It turned to face me, its features obscured by a wooden mask, and spoke a single word. Soon, I woke with a start, heart pounding, the words still echoing in my mind. Beside me, my wife Emily stirred. You okay, Jake? She mumbled, eyes still closed. I nodded, then remembered she couldn't see me in the darkness of our rented trailer. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Just a weird dream. But as I lay there, listening to the night sounds of the forest around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been more than just a dream. We'd come to the Ozarks for a spiritual retreat, of all things. Emily's idea. She'd been going through a rough patch at work, feeling disconnected and burnt out, when she'd stumbled across an ad for a reconnect with your inner self getaway in the heart of the Ozark Mountains. It had seemed like the perfect solution. I'd been skeptical, but the idea of a week away from the city, surrounded by nature, had its appeal. So here we were, our little trailer parked in a secluded campground, ready for a week of meditation, yoga, and communing with the ancient spirits of the land, as the brochure had put it. The next morning, we met the other retreat participants at the main lodge. There were about a dozen of us, all looking a bit sheepish and out of place in our brand new hiking boots and moisture-wicking activewear. Our guide, a woman named Willow with long grey hair and eyes that seemed to look right through you, greeted us with a serene smile. "Welcome, seekers," she said, her voice soft but carrying easily across the room. "You have been called here for a reason. The spirits of this land have much to teach us if we are willing to listen." As she spoke, I felt a strange prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as if someone or something was watching me. I turned, half expecting to see the masked figure from my dream, but there was nothing there. Just the vast expanse of forest visible through the lodge's picture windows. The first few days passed in a blur of guided meditations, nature walks, and talks about the area's rich spiritual history. Despite my initial skepticism, I found myself getting into it. There was something about this place. The ancient trees, the mist-shrouded valleys, the sense of timelessness that spoke to something deep inside me. But each night, the dreams came. Always the same clearing, the same stone circle, and always that masked figure speaking to me in a language that I understood in my dreams, but could never remember upon waking. Each morning, I'd wake feeling more drained than when I'd gone to sleep, the words soon echoing in my mind. Emily noticed, of course. "You're not sleeping well," she said on the fourth morning, concern etching her features. "Is everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Just adjusting to the mountain air, I guess." "Don't worry about it." But I was worried. And not just about the dreams. I'd started noticing things during our waking hours, too. Strange symbols carved into trees, similar to the ones in my dreams. Whispers on the wind that sounded almost like words. And more than once, I could have sworn I saw figures moving just at the edge of my vision, always disappearing when I turned to look directly at them. On the fifth day, Willow announced that we would be participating in a traditional ritual that night. "It's a powerful ceremony," she explained, her eyes seeming to linger on me. "A way to connect with the ancient spirits of this land, to hear their wisdom and receive their blessings," as she described the ritual, which would take place in a clearing deep in the forest, around a circle of stones. I felt my blood run cold. It was the place for my dreams. It had to be. Part of me wanted to grab Emily and run, to get in our trailer and drive as far away from this place as we could. But a larger part, a part I didn't fully understand, was drawn to the idea. I needed to know what was waiting for me in that clearing. As we hiked out that night, the forest seemed alive in a way it hadn't before. The trees loomed larger, their shadows deeper and more menacing. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and not quite natural. When we reached the clearing, I had to bite back a gasp. It was exactly as I'd seen it in my dreams, down to the last detail. The stone circle stood in the center, each rock carved with those writhing symbols. Willow positioned us around the circle, handing each of us a small wooden cup filled with a dark liquid. "Drink," she said, "and let the spirits speak to you." I hesitated, the cup halfway to my lips. This was madness. We were in the middle of nowhere, about to drink some unknown concoction given to us by a stranger. But when I looked at Emily, saw the hope and excitement in her eyes, I knew I couldn't back out now. I drank. The effect was almost immediate. The world around me began to shift and warp, colors becoming more vivid, sounds more intense. The whispers I'd been hearing all week grew louder, coalescing into a chant that seemed to come from the earth itself. And then I saw them. Figures emerging from between the trees, their bodies shifting and changing. Sometimes human, sometimes animal, sometimes something in between. They moved towards us, entering the circle, passing through us as if we weren't even there. I turned to Emily, wanting to make sure she was seeing this too, but the words died in my throat. She was changing, her features blurring and reforming. One moment she was my wife, the next a creature of bark and leaves, then something else entirely. I looked down at my own hands and saw the same transformation happening to me. My skin rippled like water, my bones shifting beneath. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt a strange sense of rightness, of coming home. The masked figure from my dreams appeared in the center of the circle. But now I could see behind the mask. I could see that there was no face there at all, just a swirling vortex of energy and ancient knowledge. It spoke, and this time I understood. "You have been called," it said. Its voice the rustle of leaves and the groan of ancient trees. "You have always been one of us, trapped in human form. It is time to remember, time to return." Memories flooded my mind. Not the memories of Jake, the software engineer from Chicago, but of something far older. I saw eons pass in an instant, saw the rise and fall of civilizations, saw the forests grow and recede and grow again. I saw myself not as a man, but as a spirit of this land, ancient and powerful. As the vision faded and the world slowly returned to normal, I found myself back in my human body, standing in the stone circle. The other participants were looking around in confusion, mumbling about vivid hallucinations and spiritual experiences. But when I looked at Emily, I saw the same knowledge in her eyes that I now felt in my soul. We weren't who we thought we were. We had never been. "What do we do now?" she whispered, her voice carrying echoes of wind through ancient branches. I took her hand, feeling the pulse of the forest running through both of us. "We remember," I said, "and we return." Now, as I write this, weeks have passed since that night in the clearing. To the outside world, Jake and Emily went missing in the Ozark Mountains. Their trailer found abandoned at a campsite. There was a search, of course, but no trace was ever found. But we're still here, in a sense. If you walk in these woods, you might catch a glimpse of us out of the corner of your eye. You might hear our whispers on the wind, or see our symbols carved into the trees. And if you're called, as we were, you might find yourself drawn to a certain clearing, to a circle of ancient stones. And there, if you're ready, you might remember who you really are. The forest is always waiting, always watching, always ready to welcome its children home. Will you answer the call? Story 22. The first flicker of green light danced across my camera lens, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. I blinked, sure I was seeing things. The aurora borealis wasn't supposed to be visible this far south, especially not in the middle of August. But there it was again, a shimmer of emerald cutting through the deepening twilight over the Atlantic. I adjusted my tripod, heart racing with excitement. This was why I'd come to Mount Desert Island, to capture the unexpected, the magical. As a freelance photographer specializing in night sky phenomena, I lived for moments like this. "Hey, Mara," I called over my shoulder to the cabin. "You've got to see this." No response. Probably still napping. My wife had been a good sport about this trip, even if chasing lights in the sky wasn't exactly her idea of a romantic getaway. I turned back to my camera, framing the shot perfectly. The old lighthouse on the point stood in stark silhouette against the shimmering sky. As I clicked the shutter, the lights intensified, pulsing with an almost hypnotic rhythm. And that's when I heard it. a low, melodic hum that seemed to resonate from the very air around me. It rose and fell in time with the lights, a haunting chorus that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Mara," I called again, suddenly desperate for human company. "Seriously, you need to come out here." Still nothing. Unease prickling at the base of my skull, I reluctantly left my camera and headed back to our rented cabin. The weathered clapboard structure looked cozy in the fading light, but as I approached, I realized all the lights were off. Hadn't Mara been reading on the porch when I left? I pushed open the door, calling her name. Silence greeted me. The cabin was empty, Mara's book lying abandoned on the coffee table. Panic rising in my throat, I rushed back outside. "Mara!" I shouted, my voice echoing across the rocky shore. "Where are you?" A flicker of movement caught my eye. There, down by the water's edge, was a figure. Relief flooded through me as I ran towards it. "Mara, thank God. What are you doing out here? Didn't you hear me calling?" But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The figure wasn't moving right, its motions jerky and unnatural. And it was glowing. A soft, greenish light emanated from its skin, pulsing in time with the aurora above. I skidded to a stop, my relief curdling into horror. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't Mara. It wasn't even human. It turned to face me, and I had to bite back a scream. Where its face should have been was a swirling vortex of light, like a miniature aurora. When it spoke, the sound came not from a mouth, but seemed to resonate from the air around it. "She has joined us," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers and humming electricity. "As you will, in time." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life. But as more figures emerged from the water, all glowing with that eerie green light, I knew this was all too real. I ran back to the cabin, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone. No signal, of course. We'd known that when we rented this place. Its isolation had been a selling point. Through the windows, I could see the figures approaching, their glow casting long shadows across the ground. The humming grew louder, more insistent, seeming to vibrate through the very walls of the cabin. I had to get out of here, had to find help. But my rental car was parked on the other side of those things, whatever they were. My eyes fell on my camera bag, the memory card. If I could just get to a phone, show someone what I'd captured. A loud crack made me jump. They were at the door now, their touch leaving scorch marks on the old wood. I didn't have much time. Grabbing my camera bag, I made for the back door. As I slipped out into the night, the humming changed pitch, becoming almost frantic. They knew I was escaping. I ran blindly through the woods behind the cabin, branches whipping at my face. The path to town was somewhere ahead, but in the darkness, everything looked the same. Behind me, I could hear them coming, their glow casting weird, shifting shadows through the trees. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes bleeding into hours. The woods never seemed to end, and no matter how far I went, the humming never faded. If anything, it grew stronger, coming from all around me now. Just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, the trees thinned out. I burst onto a road, almost sobbing with relief. Lights in the distance indicated a town. Safety, help. But as I started towards it, a horrible realization dawned on me. The town's lights were pulsing with that same greenish glow. And now that I was paying attention, I could see figures moving in the streets, all with that same unnatural, jerky gait. This wasn't a refuge. It was more of them. I turned to run back into the woods, but found my path blocked. The creatures from the beach had caught up, forming a loose circle around me. And there, in the center, was one that looked horribly familiar. "Mara," I whispered, my voice cracking. The thing that had been my wife smiled, the expression eerie on its glowing face. "Join us, Alex," it said in that same resonant, multi-voiced way. "Become one with the lights. It's beautiful here." I shook my head, backing away. "No, this isn't real. You're not Mara." Its smile widened, revealing teeth that glowed like green embers. "I am, and I'm not. I'm more than I ever was before. And you can be too." As it reached for me, I saw my own hand beginning to glow, my skin taking on a translucent, greenish tint. The humming filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. Images flashed behind my eyes, vast cosmic vistas, beings of pure energy, secrets of the universe laid bare. With the last of my willpower, I fumbled in my bag for my camera. If I couldn't escape, maybe I could at least leave a warning. My fingers, now more light than flesh, closed around it. I raised it, pointing it at the circle of glowing figures. "Smile," I managed to croak out, and pressed the shutter. The flash seemed to shatter the night, momentarily dispelling the glow. In that instant of clarity, I turned and ran, my body moving with a speed and grace I'd never possessed before. I ran until I reached the shore, the entities formerly known as Mara and the townsfolk close behind. As I stood at the water's edge, the humming reached a fever pitch. The sky above was a writhing mass of green light, reaching down towards the earth like grasping fingers. I had a choice to make. Step into the water, let the change take me fully, become one with whatever these things were, or fight it, cling to my humanity, even if it meant, well, I'm not sure what it would mean, because I'm still here, on the shore of Mount Desert Island, watching the lights dance across the water, still human, for now, still fighting the core. I don't know how long I can hold out, but if you're reading this, if you've found my camera washed up on some distant shore, then at least my warning got out. Stay away from Mount Desert Island. Don't trust the lights in the sky. And if you hear a humming on the wind, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because the lights are hungry, and they're spreading. I can see a boat approaching in the distance. More tourists, probably. More fuel for the lights. I should warn them, should scream at them to turn back. But the humming is so loud now, and the water looks so inviting. Maybe I'll just wade in, just up to my ankles, just to see what it feels like. After all, Mara's waiting for me, and the lights. The lights are so beautiful. Story 23. The first whisper came on the wind just as the sun dipped below the jagged horizon of the Badlands. A soft, sibilant sound that might have been my name, or might have been nothing at all. I paused in hammering the last tent stake, cocking my head to listen. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, glancing at my friends. Mike looked up from the campfire he was struggling to light, his face shadowed in the twilight. "Hear what, Alex?" I shook my head, suddenly feeling foolish. "Nothing, I guess. Just the wind." But as I turned back to the tent, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been more than just wind. That something out there in the vast alien landscape of South Dakota's Badlands was calling to us. We'd come here on a whim, for friends looking for one last adventure before real life pulled us in different directions. When Jamie had suggested camping in the Badlands, it had seemed perfect. Beautiful, isolated, and just dangerous enough to be exciting. Now, as night fell and the temperature dropped, I wasn't so sure. Got it, Mike exclaimed as the fire finally caught, sending sparks spiraling into the darkening sky. We gathered around, grateful for the warmth and light. This place is incredible, Sarah said, her eyes reflecting the flames. It's like being on another planet. She wasn't wrong. The Badlands were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Towering spires of rock, striped in layers of red and gold, rose from the parched earth. Deep canyons and gullies cut through the landscape, creating a maze-like terrain that seemed to shift and change in the fading light. As we sat around the fire, sharing beers and swapping stories, I found my gaze constantly drawn to the darkness beyond our little circle of light. More than once, I could have sworn I saw movement out there, fleeting shadows that vanished when I tried to focus on them. "Hey, check this out," Jamie said suddenly, pointing to something just beyond the firelight. We all leaned in, squinting. There, half buried in the dusty ground, was what looked like a piece of rock. But as Jamie brushed away the dirt, we saw that it was covered in intricate carvings. "Whoa," Mike breathed. "Is that some kind of Native American artifact?" Sarah, who was studying archaeology, shook her head. "I don't think so. These symbols, I've never seen anything like them before." As we examined the strange object, that whisper came again, louder this time. We all heard it, our heads snapping up in unison. "Okay, that was weird," Jamie said, his voice tight. "Maybe we should head into the tents." But even as he said it, I felt an inexplicable urge to explore, to find the source of that whisper. "I'm going to look around a bit," I heard myself say. "Won't go far," my friends protested, but something was pulling me into the darkness. I grabbed a flashlight and set off, the beam cutting a narrow path through the night. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to stretch and warp, minutes bleeding into hours. The landscape around me grew increasingly strange. The rock formations took on impossible shapes, defying gravity and logic. And everywhere, I began to notice more of those carved symbols glowing faintly in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were coming from a cave up ahead, a black maw in the face of a towering cliff. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but my feet carried me forward as if they had a will of their own. As I entered the cave, my flashlight beam fell on something that made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in ancient paintings, depicting scenes that hurt my mind to look at. Creatures that couldn't possibly exist, cities that defied geometry, and over again, that same symbol we'd found at the campsite. But it was what stood in the center of the cave that truly terrified me. A circle of standing stones, each one carved with those alien symbols. And in the middle of the circle, a pool of water so still it looked like black glass. The whispers reached a fever pitch, and suddenly, I understood. They weren't whispers at all, but thoughts. Alien, ancient thoughts pushing into my mind, showing me things no human was ever meant to see. I saw the true history of the Badlands, a history that stretched back millions of years before humans ever walked the earth. I saw the beings that had once called this place home, creatures of such cosmic horror that my sanity began to fray at the edges. And I saw what slumbered beneath the Badlands, waiting to awaken. With a gasp, I staggered backward, dropping my flashlight. It clattered to the ground, the beam illuminating the pool. For just a moment, I caught a glimpse of something moving beneath the surface, something vast and ancient and hungry. I ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, driven by a terror so profound it transcended fear. Behind me, I could hear something emerging from the pool, its wet, heavy footsteps echoing through the cave. I burst out into the night, not knowing or caring which direction I was going. All that mattered was getting away from that cave, away from what I'd seen. When I finally couldn't run anymore, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. As my panic slowly subsided, I realized with growing horror that I was completely lost. The Badlands stretched out around me in every direction, a maze of shadow and stone beneath the cold light of the stars. And somewhere out there, my friends were still at the campsite, unknowing and vulnerable. I stumbled to my feet, trying to get my bearings. But everything looked different in the darkness. Every rock formation, every gully could have been the one near our camp. Or they could all be new, part of some nightmare landscape I'd stumbled into. As I wandered, calling out for my friends, the whispers returned. But now I understood them. They were calling me back. Back to the cave, back to the pool, promising knowledge and power beyond human comprehension. Part of me wanted to give in, to go back and fully embrace whatever cosmic horror waited in that cave. But the thought of my friends, possibly in danger, kept me going. I don't know how long I searched. Hours, maybe, or days. Time had lost all meaning. But finally, just as I was about to give up hope, I saw a flicker of firelight in the distance. Relief flooded through me as I approached our campsite. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The fire was still burning, but there was no sign of my friends. Their tents stood empty, sleeping bags unzipped as if they'd left in a hurry. And there, just at the edge of the firelight, was a trail of footprints leading off into the darkness. Footprints that went from human to something else. Something with too many toes, the prints sinking deep into the hard-packed earth, as if whatever made them was impossibly heavy. My heart sank as I realized what must have happened. While I was gone, the thing from the cave had come here, had taken my friends. I knew I should run, should get in the car and drive as far away from this place as possible. But I couldn't abandon my friends, even if what I found wasn't them anymore. So I followed the footprints, heading back in the direction I'd come from, back towards the cave. With each step, the whispers grew louder, more enticing, promising reunion, transformation, transcendence. As I write this on my phone, a warning to whoever might find it, I can see the cave up ahead. The footprints lead straight to it. I'm going in to find my friends or whatever they've become. If you're reading this, if you've come to the Badlands looking for adventure or escape, turn back. Don't explore the caves. Don't examine the strange symbols you might find carved in the rocks. And if you hear whispers on the wind, that might be your name. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because in the Badlands, some things are better left buried. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. And some calls are better left unanswered. The cave mouth looms before me now, a void darker than the night sky. I can hear something moving inside, something that sounds almost, but not quite, like my friends' voices. I'm going in. Wish me luck. And remember, stay away from the Badlands. The things that sleep here are waking up, and they're hungry. Story 24. The first time we saw the Phantom Peak, we thought it was a trick of the light. A wisp of cloud, maybe, or a shadow cast by the setting sun. But as we stood on the cabin's rickety porch, beers in hand, squinting at the horizon, we all saw it. A jagged spire of rock jutting up from behind the familiar ridgeline of the White Mountains. That's new, said Mark, voicing what we were all thinking. I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. Come on, guys. We've been driving all day. Our eyes are playing tricks on us. But even as I said it, I couldn't look away from that impossible peak. It seemed to shimmer slightly, as if viewed through intense heat. Though the October air was crisp and cool, we'd come to the White Mountains for our annual guys trip. Me, Mark, Dave, and Chris. A long weekend of hiking, drinking, and escaping the pressures of our increasingly complicated lives. When we'd found this old map at a flea market, showing trails and peaks we'd never heard of, it had seemed like the perfect adventure. Now, staring at that phantom mountain, I was starting to have second thoughts. "Let's head in," Chris said, a slight tremor in his usually confident voice. "It'll be dark soon. We can check it out in the morning." We all agreed a little too quickly, piling into the cabin and shutting the door firmly behind us. As we cooked dinner and caught up over beers, we carefully avoided mentioning what we'd seen, but I could tell by the way everyone kept glancing out the windows that it was on all our minds. That night, I dreamed of climbing. The rock under my hands was unnaturally smooth, almost slick, and no matter how high I went, the peak always seemed just out of reach. A voice whispered on the wind, words in a language I didn't understand but somehow knew were urging me upward. Always upward. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat despite the chill in the air. The cabin was silent, save for the soft snoring of my friends. Outside, the moon cast long shadows across the forest floor, and there, silhouetted against the star-filled sky, was the phantom peak. Closer now, or bigger. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but something about its proportions seemed wrong. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, over coffee and slightly burned pancakes, we finally broached the subject. "So," Dave said, his usual joking tone noticeably absent, "we're all seeing it, right? The mountain that shouldn't be there?" We nodded, a collective shiver running through the group. "It's got to be some kind of optical illusion," Mark offered. "A reflection or something." But we all knew that wasn't true. You don't get reflections in mountains. "We should check it out," I heard myself say. The words surprised me as much as everyone else. I mean, that's why we came up here, right? To explore. There was a moment of hesitation, then Chris nodded. Yeah, let's do it. We've got the map, after all." We packed our gear quickly, a nervous energy driving us. As we set out, I couldn't help but notice how quiet the forest was. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the crunch of leaves under our boots and our own slightly labored breathing as we climbed. The old map led us down trails that didn't appear on any modern hiking apps. Paths overgrown with brambles, barely visible under years of fallen leaves. More than once, we had to backtrack, confused by landmarks that seemed to shift when we weren't looking directly at them. And always, that peak loomed ahead of us, growing larger, more defined, with each step we took. It was mid-afternoon when we reached the base of the Phantom Mountain. Up close, it was even more unsettling. The rock face was smooth, almost polished, with none of the natural ridges and cracks you'd expect. And the color, it seemed to shift as we watched. From deep black to a gray so pale it was almost white, then back again. "Guys," Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Look at this." We gathered around where he was pointing. There, carved into the base of the mountain, was a symbol. A spiral within a circle, the lines pulsing faintly with a light that seemed to come from within the rock itself. As we stared, transfixed, the symbol began to move. The spiral slowly unwinding, creating an opening in the sheer rock face. "Holy shit," breathed Dave. It's a door." Before any of us could respond, a gust of wind blew out of the opening, carrying with it that same whispered language from my dream. I felt my feet moving of their own accord, drawn towards the dark passage. "Wait," Chris said, grabbing my arm. we don't know what's in there. This is crazy." But even as he said it, I could see the same pull affecting him, affecting all of us. Whatever was cawing from inside that mountain, it wanted us. And some deep, primal part of us wanted it too. We entered single file, flashlights cutting weak beams through the oppressive darkness. The passage sloped downward, spiraling into the heart of the mountain. The walls were covered in more of those shifting symbols, pulsing faster now, almost in time with our heartbeats. I lost all sense of time as we descended. Minutes bled into hours, maybe days. My watch had stopped working the moment we entered the mountain. So had our phones. We were cut off, isolated in this impossible place. Just as I was starting to wonder if we'd ever reach the bottom, the passage opened up into a vast cavern. And there, in the center, was something that defied description. A writhing mass of light and shadow, constantly shifting form. It hurt to look at directly, but I couldn't turn my eyes away. The whispers grew to a crescendo, and suddenly, I understood. This thing was old. Older than the mountains, older than the earth itself. It had been waiting here, dreaming, for eons. And now it was awake and hungry. I turned to warn my friends, to tell them we needed to run, but the words died in my throat. They were changing. Mark's skin had taken on the texture of the cavern walls, rough and stony. Dave's eyes glowed with the same pulsing light as the symbols. And Chris was no longer fully solid, his edges blurring and shifting like smoke. I looked down at my own hands and saw the changes beginning there too. My fingers elongating, becoming translucent, merging with the very air around them. Part of me wanted to scream, to fight against this transformation. But a larger part felt an overwhelming sense of peace, of rightness. We were becoming one with the mountain, with the ancient entity that dwelt within. We were transcending our limited human forms to become something more. As the change overtook me fully, my last human thought was of the cabin, of the old map that had led us here. I wondered if it would call to others, draw more unsuspecting hikers to this phantom peak, to join us in our new, eternal existence. Now, we wait. We dream. We are the mountain and the thing within the mountain. Time has no meaning here. Seasons pass in the blink of an eye. Civilizations rise and fall in the world above, but we endure. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, we reach out. A phantom peak appears on the horizon, visible only to those who are meant to see it. A whisper on the wind, calling to something deep within the human soul. So, if you're ever hiking in the White Mountains, and you see a peak that shouldn't be there, think carefully before you investigate. That old map you found might not be leading you to a new trail or a hidden viewpoint. It might be leading you home, to us, to eternity. We're waiting for you. Come climb our phantom peak. The door is always open. Story 25. The first anomaly appeared on our radio just after sunset. A burst of static, then a string of numbers in a monotone voice. 37.5209N, 112.9901W. Coordinates, repeating over and over. "Huh, that's weird," I said, fiddling with the dial. We'd been listening to an oldies station, the only thing we could pick up out here in the vast emptiness of the Sonora Desert. My wife, Ellen, looked up from her book. Probably just interference. We are in the middle of nowhere. I nodded, but something about those numbers nagged at me. We'd come out here in our newly purchased retirement RV, eager to spend our golden years stargazing in some of the darkest skies in the country. But 3 nights in, and I was starting to feel that we'd made a terrible mistake. As darkness fell, I set up our telescope outside. The stars out here were incredible, more numerous than I'd ever seen. The Milky Way, a brilliant smear across the ink-black sky. But as I focused the lens, I noticed something odd. Lights, moving in impossible patterns. Far too fast and agile to be planes or satellites. "Ellen, come look at this," I called. She joined me, peering through the eyepiece. "What am I looking at, Jack?" "Just watch. There. Did you see that?" A light had just executed a perfect 90-degree turn at speeds that should have been impossible. Ellen pulled back from the telescope, her face pale in the starlight. "What was that?" Before I could answer, the radio in our RV crackled to life again. This time, it wasn't just numbers. A voice, distorted and barely audible, seemed to be saying something. We rushed inside, huddling around the old radio. I twisted the dial, trying to clear up the signal. Slowly, the words became clearer. "Not alone, they watch. The lights in the sky are not what they seem." A chill ran down my spine. "Ellen, maybe we should pack up. Head back to civilization." She nodded, already moving to secure our belongings. But as I turned the key in the ignition, nothing happened. The engine didn't even sputter. "No, no, no," I muttered, trying again and again. Nothing. We were stranded. That night, we slept fitfully, the radio continuing its eerie broadcast. The voice rambled about visitors from the stars, about secret government facilities in the desert, about a truth too terrible for mankind to know. I woke suddenly in the early hours, not sure what had disturbed me. The RV was silent, the radio finally quiet. But outside there was light. I peered through the window and felt my heart stop. Hovering just above the desert floor was a disk of light, pulsing softly. As I watched, frozen in terror and awe, it began to move towards us. "Ellen," I whispered urgently, shaking her awake. "Ellen, you need to see this." She sat up groggily, then gasped as she saw what I was seeing. "Jack, what is that?" "I don't know, but I think it might be what the radio was talking about." The light grew brighter as it approached, bathing our RV in an unearthly glow. I could feel a vibration in the air, a low hum that seemed to resonate in my very bones. Suddenly, the radio burst to life again, louder than ever. But this time, it wasn't a human voice. The sound that came through was like nothing I'd ever heard before. A series of clicks and whistles that somehow felt intelligent. And then, to our horror, something responded. From outside, our RV came an answering series of clicks and whistles. "They're communicating," Ellen breathed, her hand gripping mine so tight it hurt. The light outside intensified, and I felt a pressure building in my head. Images began to flash before my eyes. Vast star fields, impossible geometries, creatures that defied description. I could feel something pushing at the edges of my mind, trying to get in. Ellen was experiencing it too. I could see it in her wide, unfocused eyes, in the way her body trembled. "Jack," she whispered, her voice strained. "I can hear them. In my head. They're inviting us." I knew what she meant. I could feel it too. A pull, an urge to step outside, to join whatever was out there. Part of me wanted to give in, to let go and embrace this cosmic unknown. But another part, the part that was still stubbornly human, resisted. "We can't," I said, though it took all my willpower. "Ellen, we have to fight it." She nodded, tears streaming down her face as she struggled against the alien influence. We clung to each other as the light outside grew brighter and brighter, the humming so loud now it felt like it might shake our RV apart. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The light vanished, plunging us into darkness. The humming ceased, leaving behind a silence so profound it rang in our ears. For a long moment, we sat there in the dark, too afraid to move. Then, slowly, cautiously, I reached for the flashlight we kept by the bed. The beam illuminated our RV, everything exactly as it had been. But when I shone it outside, I gasped. The desert floor was covered in intricate patterns, swirls and circles burned into the sand. Crop circles, Ellen whispered. But in the desert, as the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion hit us like a wave. We fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I half expected to wake up and find it had all been a bizarre nightmare. But the patterns in the sand were still there, undeniable proof that something had happened. To our surprise, the RV started without issue. We didn't discuss it. We just packed up and started driving, eager to put as much distance between us and that place as possible. But as we drove, we began to notice things. Our watches had stopped, showing the same time they had when we'd first seen the lights. My hair, which had been mostly grey, now had streaks of deep black running through it. And Ellen's arthritis, which had been bothering her for years, seemed to have vanished overnight. We drove in silence for hours, both lost in our own thoughts. It wasn't until we reached the outskirts of Phoenix that Ellen finally spoke. "Jack," she said, her voice quiet, "what do you think they did to us?" I shook my head, unable to find words. Because the truth was, I didn't know, and I was afraid to find out. In the days and weeks that followed, more changes became apparent. We found we could communicate without speaking, sharing thoughts and feelings with just a look. Our eyesight improved dramatically. I no longer needed my reading glasses, and Ellen could spot things miles away with perfect clarity. But the most unsettling change was in our dreams. Every night, we found ourselves back in that desert, surrounded by stars and strange geometries. And every night, we heard that alien voice, still inviting us to join them. We never told anyone what happened. Who would believe us? But we knew we could never go back to our old lives. The desert had changed us, marked us in ways we were only beginning to understand. Now, as I write this, it's been a year since that night in the Sonora desert. We've sold our house, our possessions. The RV is packed and ready to go. Because we've realized something. The desert wasn't the end of our journey. It was just the beginning. Those coordinates the radio gave us, we're going there. Because whatever's waiting for us, whatever cosmic truth we stumbled upon that night, we need to know more. So if you're ever driving through the desert at night, and you see strange lights in the sky, or hear odd frequencies on your radio, be careful. Be very careful. Because the universe is vast and strange, and there are things out there beyond our comprehension. And once they notice you, once they invite you to join them, well, you might find the call impossible to resist. We're heading back into the desert, back to the stars, back to the truth. Wish us luck. We have a feeling we're going to need it.